Yes. So good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for joining today's workshop. It's a pleasure. Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to welcome you all in this workshop. So I hope it will be a productive day for all of us. And yeah, I will start. We have quite a packed agenda, so I'll basically dive directly in. And as I already also mentioned in the email, so I think we will take. So we'll have, a lineup of presentations, and then we have at the end of each session, we'll have a Q&A session where all the questions can be asked. Yeah, so I'll start directly, and so it's a workshop about how to achieve higher efficiency in European research infrastructure-based projects through understanding the needs of facility managers and users. And yeah, next, indeed. So it's high-level agenda. It's that we have basically three sessions. First session is more oriented towards facility managers. Second session it's more towards the users, and in particular, in this case, we are focused on the private sector users. And then after a break, we'll have a third session where we basically bring both categories of facility managers and users, and see how we can create sort of better bridges between the two categories. Next, please. I'd like to start by providing a high level. This workshop is happening as part of the Microbes-4-Climate project, and I'll just provide a quick information about the Microbes-4-Climate project. So it's obviously about the unleashing the full potential of microbial resources to mitigate climate changes, and it's led by Miri Eric, and yeah, Ana Portugal Melo is the project coordinator, and it's obviously focused to see how microbial resources can be utilized for in terms of climate change mitigation. Next slide, please. Yep. So it's a big European project. So there are 31 partners. There are 4 different research infrastructures involved from 14 countries, and with a total budget of 14.5 million. Next one, please. Here I provide. So now we are obviously having a session, first session, and here is a detailed outline for the first session. So I'll start with a quick audience survey to understand basically who is in the audience. Then Ivona Martins will provide a technical session for facility and service managers. Then we'll go through the survey outcomes dedicated to facility managers, and then we will have 3 presentations from basically 3 people managing various facilities in Netherlands, Italy, and Spain. And then we'll end the session with the Q&A and discussion. Next one, please. So here, basically, I'd like to ask you to fill in this form. It's just like 2 questions to better understand who is in the audience. And I'll share also a link in the chat in a second. So yeah, if you don't have access to your phone, please follow the link in the chat so we better know who is in the audience. And while we are doing that, already we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so Dora, please stop sharing the screen, and Ivona can take over.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I will share my screen so you can see the presentation. No, this is not my presentation, sorry.
No, I think it is, no?
Yeah, but how do you see it?
We see it as, normally as... think there are no issues.
You see in the presentation mode?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Ah, okay, because I don't see it like before when we did the test.
Yep.
So let me just try another thing, okay?
If you haven't filled in the survey, please still do. I think we have still quite a few people missing from the audience. The link is in the chat of the Teams.
Okay. Can you see the presentation now
Yes.
in presentation mode?
Not
No.
yet. Now, yes.
Now, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is basically some slides that I have prepared after I have collected some input from the facility and service managers that are involved in the TNA program of the Microbes-4-Climate project. So I would like for this presentation to be very useful for you. I didn't get so much input from all the facility managers. Only 3 have responded my email when I asked this. But during the first call of this project, I have compiled some of the main issues and difficulties that the managers have experienced. So I want to share this with you. And I also want at the end of the presentation to interact with you to understand what were the major difficulties in order for us to improve the next TNA calls. So I will make a small presentation regarding the main difficulties that you have experienced during the first call. I have also collected some suggestions for improvement, and then we can just discuss anything that you need, it's necessary. So the main issue that I realized that you had during the first call was that most of you were unaware or have misinformation regarding the TNA program and the services that you were providing. So this TNA is focused on provide free access to facility services and products that can be provided in person or remote. And all the expenses are free for the users, also including travel and accommodation. And as you can see here below, almost every partner involved in the Microbes-4 project are providing services. So there are several facilities that are beneficiaries that are providing different types of services to the users. There are a document that is the grant agreement that I really advise you to read. Not the entire document because it's a really big document. It's something like this. Okay, I don't know if you see it. But in this grant agreement, you have all the information regarding what is the project, what is the TNA program, and mainly what are the services that you provide. This is a small print only of a table where you can see for each one of you the services that you are providing, namely the name of the service, the type of access, the units of access, the quantity of access, etc., and also the budget that you have available to provide all these services. So this table is in this document that I've shown you, the grant agreement. on pages 44 to 70. So it's a very big table because it comprises all the services that are being provided by the project. You can also access, I believe that you all were requested to access this file at Synology, where all the services are described and where Work Package 1 of this project has compiled all the information regarding your contacts, the name of the facility manager, the email of each beneficiary. And in this file, you also have a link directly to the catalog of services at the Easier platform. And this link will lead you to the catalog that is available at Easier. And you have been requested to add information in this Easier platform regarding each service that you provide. This is just an example of this link at Easier, and you can just go to the Easier platform, check the services that you are providing, and also check the information of all services. This is available for the users, so it is very, very important that all the information is in this platform and it's updated. So this leads us to the next issue that we faced during the first call, that some services had no information at the Easier catalog. So you have received a training session before the first call, and you also have received a tutorial in order for you to fill in all the information regarding all your services. So this missing information at Easier cannot occur because I was contacted by several users that were interested in some services, and once they went to the Easier catalog, they found no information about these services. So please go to the Easier portal and fill in all the information related to your services. You have a tutorial that has been provided previously, so it's just follow the guidelines of the tutorial, and it's very easy to address this situation. The Easier has several types of different information for you to fill in. As you can see here in these prints, there are some specific information regarding the users, the researchers, the projects, and also it's recommended that you fill in all the fields of the service. So as much information as possible in order for the user to decide if this is the best service or not to request. So another issue that arises is that if you are responsible for a service, you need to be available to clarify some doubts that the users or other partners of the project may have. And it happened during the first call that the facility manager was not available. There was an alternative contact, but this alternative contact was not responding to emails. So this cannot happen in the next calls, okay? So if you are responsible, there are services with only one person responsible and services with two responsibles. But if one is not available, the second one must be always available, at least during the period that the call is open, okay? Regarding the feasibility, this is your main role in this TNA program, to check the feasibility of the proposals that the users submit. And for that, we have asked the users to contact you previously to the submission in order to discuss with you the services that they need and the proposal itself, for them to submit a feasible proposal. Otherwise, this will be rejected in the checking period. So you were asked to check the feasibility of technical and logistic aspects of the proposals. One thing that we also wanted you to verify is if the proposals that are being suggested by the users, they follow the regulations regarding the Nagoya Protocol and the ABS compliances. Not only if they are in the scope of the project, which is experiments related with climate change and microbe, soil, plant, environment interactions, okay? So please check the proposals that the users suggest in order to also comply with these guidances. You have also many difficulties to follow the guidelines that were provided for you to enter the platforms and to make the feasibility check of the proposals. These guidelines are being revised at the moment, so you will receive for the next call new guidelines, more user-friendly, so you can understand better what you need to do in both platforms that we have available. And I believe this will be quite improved for you. Moreover, during the feasibility check of the first proposals at the first TNA call, some of you have received proposals to validate that you were not responsible for, because this was made in a manner that all the managers of a given institution were added in the platform as a group. So in the next call, we are going to send the proposals only to the person that is responsible for that service, okay? You will not receive proposals from other colleagues, from other service that you are not responsible, even though you belong to the same institution. Regarding the budget, there were some questions about the budget that is available for the services. The information that we have is that we can allow budget reallocation between services from the same beneficiary. Okay, this will not be a problem for the project officer. We have confirmed with them. Regarding the budget reallocation between partners, between providers, this can also be feasible, but this must be done more towards the end of the project. So we need to keep monitoring the budget available in order to see if a given service is not being provided by a provider, is not being requested. So there's the possibility of that budget from that service to be reallocated to another service, even from a different beneficiary that is being requested much more. But this is only at the end more towards the end of the project. Regarding the budget of each proposal, we have a criteria that notable funding must exist. So the proposals that you receive must be for experiments that complement a bigger project. This is not meant to fund a bigger project, but fund small experiences. So despite that, we have not put a maximum number of services requested by the users, we need to check if we receive big proposals with lots of services. This may be outside the scope of the project, but this also depends on the facility managers. You need to discuss with the user what is the meaning of those services, and if this proposal really needs all those services to be feasible. Okay, this is up to the this must be discussed prior to the submission of the proposal with all the facility managers that are involved in this proposal. So you have been asking me also a lot about how to pay to the users regarding their travel and accommodation. So this is up to your internal rules. If you decide to reimburse the user, you may reimburse the user. However, take into consideration that we have put in the grant agreement a value that is 900 euros per access for each user. But this value is flexible. However, you need to control if it is the user that buys the travel and the accommodation, you need to control the spending. So the user must present the invoices for you to reimburse. Otherwise, you can just opt by not reimburse the user, but also pay yourself and deal with all the travel and accommodation of the users that are going to access your services in person. Okay, but this is up to your internal rules of each institution. Other issues that came out is the misinterpretation of the requested services. Because some of you have discussed with the users prior to the submission, but then when the user submitted the proposal, it was not quite reflecting what you have discussed with the user. So what if this happens, what you need to do, what the user must, you need to contact the user and also me as access officer to allow corrections to the proposal. Okay, if you discuss something with a user and the user states another thing when he submits the proposal, it is better to allow the user to correct the proposal rather than reject the proposal for not being feasible. Okay?
Sorry, Ivana, may I? Do you prefer, there was a question, do you prefer taking questions now or later?
If you don't mind, we can just do the questions later, but I can go back to the slides at any time if you wish, okay?
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, so there was also lots of discussion about the rule for the users to select at least 2 services from 2 different providers. So this rule has been implemented in order to break silos and stimulate the collaboration between the institutions. This rule is going to continue in the next calls. We have received the request of in the majority of the proposals more than 2 services. So I believe this is something that we will continue doing in the next calls. Okay, the mandatory rule of selecting at least 2 services from 2 different beneficiaries of the project. It was also said by you that the evaluation period is too long. I know that in this first call, We are experiencing some delays, mainly regarding the receiving or the response of the evaluators that were requested to review the proposals. So the main issue here is to address this difficulty regarding the evaluation process from the reviewers. This period has been established in the beginning as being a three-month period. We are overdue this period in this first call, but we are trying to address this problem for the next calls because at the moment, many of the reviewers were not responding, so we needed to send the proposals to different reviewers. So we are just waiting for the final reports in order to close the evaluation period. However, we have already proposals that were evaluated. Because as they are coming, we can do this scoring in the collection of all the comments. Because each proposal is being reviewed by two different evaluators, so we need to collect the scoring and the comments from two different reviewers. Regarding also the feasibility and eligibility check of the proposals, you asked me if this is made only after the period of the call closes or not. No, we don't need to wait until the call closes in order to validate the proposals that are arriving. So we have done this in the first call, and we are going to do this in the next calls. As the proposal is submitted, we can already make the eligibility and feasibility check of each proposals. However, they are only going to be sent for evaluation for the reviewers at the end of the closing, at the end of the call. Okay. This I wanted to show you that is the workflow of the call. As you can see, the call has been open for 3 months, with a period of 1 month for the check of feasibility and eligibility, an evaluation period of 3 months, an implementation period of 1 month, and then the access can be provided. Then you were also asking about the type of access. So if you are providing a service that is in person, you cannot change it to remote or vice versa. Okay, this is established in the grant agreement and it cannot be changed. Okay. Also regarding the eligibility criteria, stating that the researchers that belong to a beneficiary to be able to apply. So this was a very hot topic when the first call opened, and all the users that belong to a facility that is not related, is not a beneficiary of microbes, are able to apply. Okay, I gave here a small example of a CNR. For instance, users that belong to CNR can apply for INRAE services. Okay, but they cannot be direct beneficiaries of this project and not provide TNAs, because if they provide TNAs, it means that they are beneficiary and they are receiving funding from the Microbes-4-Climate to provide services, and this is a conflict of interests. Regarding the implementation period, that is the small period after the evaluation of the proposals. In this period, it is meant for you to discuss with the users of the granted proposals how the service is going to be provided. Okay, so there must be a discussion here between you and the user, and also following all the internal rules from your institution regarding this access. Also, the users, we have described in the criteria that users cannot be master students. This is going to be clear in the next call, because in the first call, we have this rule of the users must be PhD students or researchers, but we didn't said anything about master students, and lots of people were asking about this. And master students are not allowed to apply. So if a master student is contacting you to submit a proposal, please let them know in advance that they are not eligible to apply. Industries or companies are eligible to apply, so we also have this advantage. And regarding the team members of each proposal, they do not need to belong to the same institution than the project leader. Okay, there may be people in the team of a proposal that belong to different institutions, and there are not this field of the team members are not limited to any numbers. So we actually have received proposals with several team members, others with only two. So we have been receiving proposals, very different proposals regarding this number. Also, the number of accesses to the same service and call. Some of you also ask me about this. If there is a maximum number of access that the same user can request in the same TNA proposal, this must be discussed with you. Okay, if a proposal to be feasible needs more than one access, and if you are available to provide that access, you can facilitate. But this is also one topic that must be discussed with you, and to make the proposal feasible. And each case must be analyzed independently. Okay. Regarding if a user can apply to other calls, or if by applying one and granted is not it's excluded for the next. No, this rule does not apply. So a user can apply in all the calls, independently if it is granted or not in a call. However, we need to take into consideration that, for instance, if a user applied in a call and has been granted, if he applies in a second call and it's also with the same scoring as a proposal that has never been funded, so we will give the priority to fund the other proposal that has never been granted, the other user. Okay, so this is not an exclusion factor for the users to apply to other calls in the scope of this project. Regarding the services that are provided, you can only provide the service in the scope of this project if the proposal is granted. Okay, there were some cases that the beneficiaries have the users there, and they asked if they could start providing the services that the users requested in the proposals. This is not allowed, okay? So you need to wait until the proposal is evaluated, and if it is granted, you can provide the services, but only after all the process of evaluation of the proposals, okay? Regarding the ownership of the generated data in the scope of these projects, the ownership belongs to the applicant. Okay. However, the consortium agreement encourages this data that is produced in the scope of this project to be available publicly and as open access. So this must be seen with some care, because this openness depends also on the data. That this data we want to promote to be public and open, but we need to see what type of data, and also if the user belongs to a company or to the industry. So this data must be open as much as possible and closed as necessary. Okay, so this must be taken into consideration. Now, regarding the suggestions that I have been received from you, about the contact of the users with the managers. So we have been telling in the webinars for the users to contact you previously to the submission of the proposals in order to discuss with you the services, the feasibility of the proposal. And what has been made, at least for some of you, is that you have meet with the users, but every time several services are involved in the same proposal, it is recommended that a general meeting with everyone involved can be also made. Okay, so it's very highly recommended that everyone knows the proposal, and everyone can give the feedback or input to that proposal prior to the submission. So we also promote cross-disciplinary proposals, and it was also suggested that a meeting can be organized early next year to understand better the services and opportunities for collaboration that are available. So we can do this. We can prepare a meeting with all the partners that provide services in order for everyone to know the services that are available. And I advise you to see at the collaborative working environment, there is the use cases that Work Package 1 has been developing. So you can go to the page and consult there are several use cases there where you can see what type of collaborations can be performed between the different partners. I have put here just an example of a use case where 3 different institutions are involved. But there are other use cases that you can go and check in the collaborative work environment page. So I was also told that we need to clarify better in the TNAs that there are some number of services of each institution, and that they need to be discussed with the manager of that institution. So we will try to, in the webpage of the project and also in the catalog for the next call, we will try to clarify these needs more clearly. Also, in the application form, the users did not have a field in order to put units of access, the number of units of access. So we are also revising the application form in order to improve and add some fields that were missing in the first call. Also regarding the need or the rule to choose 2 different services from 2 different providers. I was told that this second service that the users choose can be an excuse only to access the first one. But yes, at the moment, these are the rule, and we cannot change this. So we will keep in the next calls this rule of choosing two different service, at least two services from two different partners. Okay. So, and this is what I have for you. So we can pass to the questions. I believe there are lots of questions. Yeah.
I think there were some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just turn on your microphone and speak, or write in the chat so we can address.
Hello. Hi, I'm Federica from University of Torino. I have some questions, some comments, mostly for the budget session, how to handle budgeting, and mostly about the reimbursement for the users. So you say something that I really like, because at one point you were talking, and you mentioned that it would be really appreciated if the institution will deal with at least the travel and accommodation management for the user. But this has created some issue in my institution, because usually as an internal procedure, even for TNA users, for other projects, we usually, the user pay whatever he needs to be here, and then the institution reimburse completely what has been paid. Also because at least UNITO doesn't have an agency, it's sort of federal agency that can deal with this activity. So you say that is according this will organize according to the internal system. So I think this is feasible. I'm just a little bit worried about the 900 euros. That is true. It was in the project, in the agreement. I mean, it is risky at the moment because, for example, we'll see the situation, but we receive some interest from people coming from very far away. So people that are coming from the other South America, where eventually just the flight here would be more than €1,000. So can be some amendment to this. We have to eventually discuss together how to deal with this kind of situation.
Yeah, we are aware that this value can be overcome in some cases. Okay. But this is something that each beneficiary has to control. This is a flexible budget. So okay. I don't know if we need an amendment in order to change this value, because what I was told is that in some cases perhaps the user uses less than 900, but in other can use more than 900, and it can compensate.
Balance.
But
okay.
Each provider has budget for this, for travel
Sure.
and accommodation of the users. So this is a budget that need to be controlled by each beneficiary in order to not overpass the budget availability. However, if some institution has the need to increase the budget, this will be flexible.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. This is true because if people coming from Spain, for sure, maybe they will not need this much money, and so they can balance. Another comment here is, I think, or at least in the past, there was, as soon as the TNA have been evaluated, and there was a sort of contract or agreement between our institution and the user itself, or the user institution. So can be in this, I don't know if you already are working on a sort of a template. I don't know. But anyway, I don't know if you...
Can you please shut down your microphone, Mira?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if you are working already on a template, if it's something that internally every institution has to work on. And I mean, just a comment, in the past, also to control the spending, you need to add like a note. For example, no more than 100 euro was allowed for spending, everyday spending. So there was this limit so that if someone was using more per day, that was not allowed and was not reimbursed.
Yeah, regarding this agreement that must be signed between user and the provider, yeah, I know that the majority of you also have this type of agreement or contract that can be signed between your institution and the users. However, in one meeting that we had, we were advised by the project officer to have a service level agreement that belongs to the project that also compiles some guidelines for the access of the services in the scope of this project. So we have already a draft of this agreement. So we are preparing one so we can share with all of you. So once the services start being granted, this agreement must also be signed. Okay. About the daily subsidiary of 100. Okay, I know that some countries are more costly than others. So this is a value that needs to be in agreement with the cost of life of this each country. So we cannot intervene in this. This is up to each facility to implement with the users. Okay, these values.
Okay. Sorry, I have just one question or a couple of questions.
Sorry if I may interrupt, because we have only 3 minutes for this session, so maybe it's good to.
If someone else wants, I will shut down.
Sorry, Frederick.
No, it's
maybe follow-up question.
No, but the other one was just about next calls because users are contacting me right now asking for next calls, and so it was just
in the 9th of December we are going to launch the second call, and we are working in the dissemination of the second call. Okay,
so thank you.
Very soon you will receive the information about this.
Yeah, just to know what to say to people. Thank you.
Yeah. So I see here a raising hand from Kirsten.
Sorry.
Yes, Kirsten.
Just two quick ones. So regarding problems of finding evaluators, so do you ask around that we can make suggestions for potential evaluators that might go quicker if they at least know about this project and that we need a fast review? I mean, it should not be somebody that we very, very closely collaborate with, but at least from the broader international colleague circle that we all have, maybe then some are more willing to do so. So we do that on our national access project, that we make also reviewer suggestions, but of course, real reviewers, so not somebody that you're like in a very close relationship with, of course, right? So just a suggestion from my side.
Yeah.
A question for the next call, because we have this sometimes that you're like in larger project consortiums, like a bigger EU project, and there's coming up a new idea which would not be covered by the project. So if then somebody from an EU consortium that I'm involved in as well has an idea for conducting his own experiment using the platforms, would that be feasible or is that too close?
I'm not sure if I understood your question.
Okay, so let's say you have a new project, you are part of that consortium as the access provider, and then somebody during this longer project develops an idea what he could do additionally to the project on your platform. So we had this case recently that there would be interest, for example, to add another experiment with a different purpose than initially planned in the project. So could that be funded then via this Microbes-4-Climate idea, or would that be too close collaboration?
Yes, the funded projects are evaluated, so I guess it would not be feasible to do this. If we need to add, for instance, some more units of a given service in a proposal, because along the way for the proposal to be feasible, we need more units of that service. I guess this is okay to correct, but new experiments under the scope of that proposal that has already been funded, this is not eligible.
Yeah.
So it would better to apply to the next call with that idea, with that proposal, in order to get funded.
Yeah, okay. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we, so we can take all the questions.
Yeah, if I may, if anyone has any other questions, please send me an email with your doubts, and I will reply as soon as possible by email. Okay. I also see some questions here in the chat, but I'm only see them now. I'll try to respond. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivona. Appreciate your presentation. Thanks very much. Great. So I think we'll continue with the next part of the session 1. So I'll go through the presentation we shared with the facility managers. We shared a survey, and here we would like to share basically the outcomes from the survey. So next slide, please. So basically, one, I guess, a surprising element is that a large fraction of of facility managers, it's actually a relatively small fraction of their working time that they spend actually on facility management. So I think it's very important to take, I guess, for us also from the project, to take this to keep this in mind. So basically, to give a little bit more numbers. So for over 70% of respondents, it's less than 25% of their time they spend on facility management. So that's a very important consideration. And I guess even for some people, they spend only like 5% of their working time on this. So that's, I guess, crucial for us to keep in mind. Next one, please. What I guess was a very interesting insight, and I think additionally for stimulating for this workshop, is that when we asked whether facility managers, they see collaboration with private companies as a promising way forward, actually a very large fraction answers that yes. So you can see here on the on the left pie chart. So that's basically responses from all the facility managers, and they see it as a promising way forward to at least partially finance the activity of the ARI. So that's very interesting. And then we understood also that Finland might have a special case for collaboration between private companies and research infrastructures. So there are some limitations, and which I think makes what I understood from them, it makes it a little bit complicated. So this we did also an analysis when we did not consider responses from the Finnish research infrastructures. So then we get even higher fraction of let's say facility managers who are interested in collaboration with private companies. Next one, please. Basically, then we had a question in the survey, what would be the main barriers from a facility manager perspective in terms of successful TNA projects. And clearly we have one winner, so to speak, that's communication. So the communication is seen as the main barrier. And if we dive deeper, what type of communication, we had basically 3 different categories, and then we see that main barrier is a communication between user and the facility. So, and I think it also links to what Ivona was mentioning in her presentation. So that's a critical step. I think we need to pay attention to. Thank you. Then we ask a question about the main factors that could amplify the involvement of facility managers into the TNA process, and we see that as a result, the main factors are basically support and tangible results. And by support is meant, resources, agents that could help finding users, simplify application process, etc. And with tangible results, we mean basically if the facility managers are being included in the scientific papers that come out as a result of the collaboration, that there is an increased platform visibility, utilization, and visibility. Next, thank you. We also asked, there was a question about if missing equipment at research infrastructure was kind of a barrier to a project in certain cases. It's not a major outcome, but there were a few cases. You can see here the red kind of part of the pie. So there were a few cases when missing equipment was kind of a barrier. So that's an interesting insight, and we could discuss maybe during today what kind of solutions could solve here. So, for example, I know a few respondents mentioned that they could borrow equipment from another laboratory, or things like mobile lab services, etc. Next one, please. And we also dived a little bit deeper what type of equipment was missing. So here you can see a list of equipment. So in one case it was online dissolved organic matter analyzer, plot size irrigation, flow meter, drone, etc. So that's just to give an example of what kind of equipment might be needed. I think that's the last slide. Yeah. So now, Rick, if you could, so that was the end of my presentation. So basically, Dora, please stop sharing your screen, and Rick, if you could start sharing your presentation.
Yep, I'm ready.
That's great, thank you.
How many minutes do I have officially? I'm not 100% sure about your schedule.
If you can do it in 10, well, max 15 minutes, that'd be great.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll keep it short and light, hopefully, with some ideas. I'm Rick van der Zedder, working at Wageningen University in research. I've been there for 20 years and completely focused on plant phenotyping and have a background in AI. So I'll share quickly some insights from the Microbes-4-Climate catalog, just to introduce the phenotyping service that we offer. So we offer 3 systems. One is a climate room where we can grow, for instance, lettuce or other crops. And we constantly take images over time, right? While the plants are growing. So going back to the video. So we take pictures, we can monitor leaf development, leaf age, symptoms on leaves, right? Chlorophyll fluorescence. Another example is actually a greenhouse compartment where we have scales, and we can take 3D biomass accumulation over time. But while the plants are on scales, we can also look at the transpiration profile. So these are the days. Is it the transpiration rate based on the weight of the pot, basically, of the individual pot? Then we can see plants respond to treatments, of course. That's the whole point. To bacteria, diseases inoculated, droughts, abiotic, biotic stress effects. And last system that we offer is a conveyor-based system. So these plants can travel around. We take images like top view. We can measure some traits. We might see some early disease symptoms. In here, for instance, we've done an experiment with bacteria and tomatoes, where we found that some bacteria can actually help the plant coping with a salty zone in the soil. And now you can look at all kinds of things. You can also look at the 3D shape of plants, wilting effects of leaves, and all kinds of other elements. Just to go quick, 10 minutes are gone before you know it. We have a large-scale research facility. That's the name, right? MPEC, Netherlands Plant Eco-Phenotyping Center. So we got money to build it already 7 years ago. It's now completely open, available for anybody interested. So that's why I'm so very motivated to offer the services to the Microbes-4-Climate concept. And we provide research visits from for people all over the world. And MPAC is a funding scheme that we do together with the University of Utrecht. And the University of Utrecht also provides one of their systems to the Microbes-4-Climate service catalog. And I post a lot on LinkedIn, and it's also to make people aware that we exist and that we do something useful for plant scientists. So without bothering you too much, so MPAC consists of 6 modules, and in Microbes-4-Climate we have Module 2, offering services, and Module 4 and Module 5. And one of the things that I found on one hand is interesting, on the other hand a bit worrying, is that there is a small group of users that quite quickly came to us to use the tools. They even developed some new tools together with us. But if we look at this technology adoption lifecycle, there we found quite a big of a gap where people are hesitant about using these new tools, using large-scale research facilities in general, or use AI. And I think the Microbes-4-Climate Transnational Access Call can help us to reach out to these other people that might have heard of the system, but they are not 100% sure if they want to use it. So then this call allows them to get some funding, to get some travel compensation, to explore the potential of this tool for their specific research question. So that made me quite happy with this opportunity. But the gap is still there, right? So we saw in the first round that we didn't have many applicants. So it's essential that we reach out actively to people that might benefit from all the tools in the catalog. So to focus more on industry, it's a bit of a complicated slide, but I'll try to explain it. So in Wageningen University and Research, we already have 2 ways of working, because we have a legal entity that is called Wageningen University. We have another legal entity that is Wageningen Research. If you look at the way they offer services to users, and in general, all kinds of research activities, you could look at these green lines basically as a funnel where knowledge is generated that flows slowly towards applied end use, if we project this from an industry perspective. PhD students, for instance, here do fundamental research. Contract researchers are doing more applied research. And then you could say we have three different flavors. One is this PhD funded concept, and in the Netherlands already there, we need to show to the funding agency that 10 or even 20% of the funding is coming directly from industry. But if we look at the public-private partnership funding schemes in the Netherlands, right, we're really talking about the Netherlands here, then already 50% of the funding is to be funded by industry, which is a lot. And we had, when this was initiated like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we had a very hard time adopting this funding scheme. So industry had to get familiar with this funding scheme, the researchers had to become familiar. And of course, then we also have another way of funding research, which is bilateral contract research. So that's 100% paid by industry. And we do all these projects, right? And of course, depending on who you are, if you are at a chair group, you're more focused on this one. And the essence is that also in the phenotyping services, we also have the same scheme, basically. We have PhD users, we have public-private partnership projects with industry in there, often many different companies. Also, they use the services.
Yeah, we have a problem with the document.
And we have industry paying directly. And that demands simply contracts, clear agreements. I just want to share some of our model agreements here that we have in place to make you aware that we need to make legally sound and approved concepts. Just to highlight a few of these elements, right? So we offer services. And then you talk about material, use, seeds, plants, equipment, personnel. We have different rates. So those are the rates, right? And we have the lowest rate for academia, the middle rate for public-private partnerships, but also the full cost for industry. And that's a fact of life, and that's accepted quite often, but you also need to discuss what do you do with the results. You know, do we hand out the raw data and the metadata, process data, but maybe also seeds or flowers or leaves or samples taken from the leaves, soil samples to look at bacteria in the soil. And of course, there is quite a substantial focus on confidentiality, especially if you team up with industry. So all these boxes need to be ticked, otherwise industry will not show up at your door. If you say we're going to make it all public, for them it's pretty frightening, and they might not approve or agree to run an experiment in your facility. Okay, I'll just go fast. And then another element that I think you all probably have the same situation. You have suppliers, right? You bought your equipment at some company. So these companies are actually often already familiar with your systems, and they can team up with you in these public-private partnerships. We have many industry users. So these are breeding companies, growers associations, but also biostimulant producing entities. They would like to know how the phenotyping works, so they team up either in public-private partnerships, but once in a while they also do this bilateral screening experiment. And of course, within Microbes-4-Climate, we have many EU partners or international partners where we do research together, which also often involves some phenotyping experiment. Yeah, and to make it a bit more complicated, I was a bit in doubt if I would add this slide, but it's an old publication, sorry, for 5-6 years ago. We analyzed our domain. So we actually looked at the phenotyping domain in this case, and said there are many different stakeholders, so that people that are directly involved within the domain. And then we made a clear difference between stakeholders and actors. And it's pretty essential to become aware that sometimes an actor is somebody that's really doing something within a project, but a stakeholder could be some overarching farmers association that is not directly active in the project, but it is an essential stakeholder, or policymakers, for instance. You want to influence them, but you don't have a direct link with them, so they are not actors. If you find it interesting, you can Google for this title and you'll find it. Just so to wrap up, also to keep it a bit short. So I'm a program manager in Wageningen University Research. So my job is basically to make industry aware of the knowledge that we have. So there's this funnel, basically I'm active in this funnel, showing the knowledge for the different stakeholders. And then based on knowledge pull or knowledge push, we develop new projects. And often the best projects are based on expert knowledge generated within a PhD program, which then leads to a follow-up project, which often is a public-private partnership. But I'm also exploiting the needs and demands for industry. You know, really tailor-made bilateral research projects, tailor-made research experiments. And yeah, my current focus is quite a bit on AI and data. How can we benefit from all these super fast developments? So if this triggers a bell, then let me know. Just a few wrap-ups, but I like to bridge that gap. Right? I would like to make many more biologists benefit from the tools that we offer. Another thing that is another gap actually is that we can generate a lot of data easily now with all these automated systems. But if you don't extract useful information, so traits, measured aspects, numbers, then the data is just burden. Right? It's a burden that you have to take with you. But then the discussion, what kind of information would you like to extract? That is pretty tailor-made. So it depends on the research experiment, depends on the background of the user. I would like to do this together. I would also develop new tools, new software to extract those traits from the big pile of data. AI comes in quite quickly there. So that's why we are focused on AI, extracting useful bits and pieces out of the big data. And we have been gathering an enormous amount of data. So that's we have plenty of challenges to work on. Okay, so Joseph, that's it.
Thanks so much, Rick. That's really fantastic presentation.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
Yep. And yeah, Federica, please share your presentation.
And here,
Yeah,
okay.
so if you could do it like 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. I
Thank you.
also put the timing here so that I can check.
you.
So what I'm going to discuss a little bit with you is mostly our experience in terms of the collaboration between my institution and private companies. So some information for sure for many of you will be, but I mean, it's just our experience. So I hope that you can find some tips that can be useful. So first of all, I work at the University of Torino at the Microbes-4-Climate. So we are a fungal collection currently preserving 7,000. They are part, so we are actually creating a database. It's fully functioning, and our aim is first to isolate, identify fungi coming from different areas, preserve them, but also to find possible exploitation in terms of biotechnological application. So this is our like institutional goal. And I try here to resume what has actually led in the past years. So I got 5 years period, and you can see that we were involved in different international projects with academic partners, but also projects where there was a combination of academia and the industry. We also had research collaboration with only industrial stakeholder. So this is something that was not actually done in a day, but it was more stuff that was coming and evolving during time, and also required from our side some changes and modification of rate. So this is our state right now, not the final one, but of course we will evolve also from in the next few years. So here I try to list some information, for example, how we get into contact with these companies in the past years. I would say that most of our contacts have been from conferences, technical exposition. There was been, like, for example, collaboration in projects, in common projects that then evolve in direct collaboration between us and the specific industry. And mostly I would say that once you are there, it's also a matter about word of mouth, and so a connection that little by little you create actually. So what see right now is those features that create our institution appealing for a company and for them to collaborate with us. I would say that first of all, being from our side an international microbial collection is a must, or is a goal, because we are indeed part of the World Federation Culture Collection. We are part of the European Culture Collection Organization, and this also set the base of quality of processing data. And the other very important feature is that we are accredited as a ISO, and so this is very important because many companies are working with ISO system, and so they needed to also have their users or their collaborators in the ISO environment. Another very important stuff, and actually this is something that we evolve a lot during time, is the list of services that we can offer. And so this is, as a suggestion, you have to try to much clear as possible, because we have for sure we have fungal collection, so we can provide, for example, fungus strain for research or commercial purposes. This is two different and completely different situations that require different solution. We'll speak a little bit more about this afterwards. And you should find a list of routine activities that you can put and you can list your website with some issues, all of them. For example, we usually have isolation identification for research purposes, and companies often ask us this kind of services, but also when they have contamination in their production line. So this is something that, and just something, so be aware of timing. Let's say that you offer yourself as service provider, companies are not like you have to be to stay at their time. So when they send you a sample and they need to find the contaminants, for example, just be aware that you have to work as up. And I mean, there is no summer vacation or Christmas holidays. They usually, if they have a need, they are in difficulties because they have this contamination, you have to stay in time and provide the results as soon as possible. We usually have, for example, long-term preservation, and this is something that you have to eventually just check, for example, the genetics in time. And important because many companies, or at least the one that contact us, gave us, for example, strain to deposit in our collection as a public deposit, which is then open to everybody, or safe deposit. I will discuss also this part later, but this, of course, require dedicated effort specific. So these are two of the major activities that we run, but we also, for example, run training courses. This is something that we evolved the most in the past few years because, for example, we used to have like general training courses open to everybody. And in the last couple of years, for example, more and more companies ask us to have these training courses targeted for their specific roles. So actually we are changing and we are creating a one-to-one course according to their need. And of course, we have collaborated into specific research or needs of these companies. So what I suggest right now is just to define as better as possible your own portfolio of services. So how you can reach this kind of levels is, first of all, organize the microbial collection with public database, try to be as fair as possible, and use just a specific coding system so that there would not be issue in the following years. For example, I just here give you this database of UNITO, and you can see that it's kind of easy to reach all the information. So you can, for example, asking for information about the Trametes fungi. The system will provide you all the list of you know, for example, in this case, Trametes versicolor, and you will have access also to all the information available. So, for example, isolation and growth condition, and many companies need this kind of information to have a better capability of choose the strain of their interest. Security information, also in terms of safety, how they can be handled or not. Information their past work in other fields. So if we know that they can grow in this specific condition, they can degrade something. And also all the information about the identification done since now and the distribution. This is very important because, for example, some companies in the past ask us, for example, strains, but they want these strains to be I mean, unique in their use, and so they don't want to use the same strain as someone else. What is very important is how to handle, as I mentioned before, a safe deposit strain in a public collection. Service as many companies ask us because maybe they have activities ongoing on this train. They want to be preserved and as better as possible, also for the upcoming years without modification, genetic modification, and something like this. So, what's our way of running it is just to collect for sure all the information for the database, but ensure the company that this information will be safe and will not be public. So, for example, in the list of fungi that you saw before, an external user cannot see the safe deposit ones. And so you have also to pay attention and to organize your facility in order to limit the access of the database information to only people that can have this information, and also have a physical separation. So the public collection should not be available to anyone. So these are all like struggles. Sometimes it's a struggle, but it's important to have them in mind. Another very important work in microbial collection is Nagoya Protocol. It's also was mentioned before. So pay attention to collect this kind of information and be aware that you will eventually need to provide support to the companies that unfortunately not always are very in the topic. And so this is something very important that you need to work with them. Maybe all of you already know the access and benefit sharing clearinghouse, but these provide a lot of information that can be used. Once you have your list of services, you organize everything. It's very important that you can create a clear cost, like a clear list of cost, like they do not change anytime. And this is a personal experience also because we revised our costs in the past months. It's requiring you a huge effort also because you have to organize also for future research. But once you have done, it's very easy also to discuss and to talk with companies. Finally, this is something that sometimes has some adaptation, requires some adaptation from the academia, which is in some cases the company doesn't have, this is a research activity, so they don't have any issue like sharing the results that you got from the common research, but in many cases instead you have to consider working with NDA condition. You have to, for example, maybe they are interested in patenting, or at the end of the term you just have limited scientific publication. So it's also a matter about your institution and how is evaluating your work, which is sometimes need. You are not always allowed to have collaboration. So I try here just briefly to resume pro and cons, so at least what's our feeling, which is, of course, working in company, you are in contact with the actual need of the market, actually working with something that it's a natural something that is important. It's also, we hear a lot about technology transfer. This is, of course, one of the first way to do a proper technology transfer. And in some cases also allows the institution to have financial opportunities and financial evolution, which is, of course, needed for everybody. On the other hand, we have to be aware about how we have to organize our research activity according to the institution. So in terms of time, in terms of IP protection, data ownership, and so these are the main that you have to be aware and you have to manage with the company. So these are, yeah, I think it's just some tips that we have according to our experience. And so if you have any question, I'm here.
Thanks so much, Federica. I appreciate your presentation. Okay, so I think, yeah, perfect. So Dalila is here, I can see. Oh, great. Yeah, so can you hear me okay? If,
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. I don't actually, if it would be great to see more faces. So if you, I don't know if people could share, well, could turn on the cameras, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, so welcome to the session 2 of the workshop. So we just had I think a very interesting session 1, and where basically we had a few presentations from more research facility service managers perspective, and it was very interesting to hear about their experience to collaborate with private companies. And this session is more dedicated towards an experience from the user side. So we will start with a quick audience survey to understand whom we have in the audience, and then we'll have 2 presentations from the companies, and then there will be a presentation from Dalila from a research user perspective, and then we'll close with a Q&A and discussion. Next slide, please. Yep. So please, please scan the QR code with your phone, or follow a link which I shared in the chat, and just it's for to respond to questions, just to understand your role in regards to research infrastructures. I'll just give it 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, I think Yusuf, you could please stop sharing the screen, and no, sorry, open the presentation which I sent it to you, from Turi, and share it from your screen. Yeah, we got, I think, 12 responses. If you didn't have time to scan the QR code, the link is in the chat, in the Teams chat here.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen. I think
Perfect.
Yeah. Can you please go back to the first slide? Okay, perfect. My name is Turi Timpanaro, and my presentation concerns the collaboration between research centers, research infrastructure in general, and private companies. Please, next. Next slide. No, okay, perfect. I am an R&D project manager of AgriGeos. AgriGeos is a contract research organization of the agrochemical sector. We carry out field trials of new formulation of agrochemical product. For example, a new fertilizer, both in laboratory and on field. Thanks to the experience we gained during more than 20 years of activity, in 2018 we launched an entomology laboratory, and in 2020 we established a phenotyping laboratory based on a facility called Plant Array that was invented at the University of Jerusalem, and that allows to collect continuously information about the physiological status of the plants with respect to changing environmental conditions. Since 2022, we are also a research center, thanks to the activities of this lab. So at the moment, our main business, let's say core business is as a contract research organization, but since a couple of years we have also this activity. Next, please. Okay. These are the projects that have been funded in the last 2 years. Don't be scared about the Italian title because I will go more in depth in each of these projects. What I want to underline is that thanks to this project, we let's say create connections with many research centers, both academic and also let's say public research centers. Like in Italy, we have the biggest one is called National Research Council. And please, next slide. Okay, and this is at the moment our let's say network of connection. You see more. We have like many connections with academia partners and also public research center. And of course, at the moment, it's based on Italy, but in the future, the idea is to move at least a European level, when not worldwide. Next slide, please. Okay, now I will go in depth in each of the projects, just to give you a picture of our activity and treat in the last two slides the, let's say, the experience we had in collaborating with public research centers. Speed Up is a project whose objective is to implement an innovative decision support system for citrus growers. This system, this device was implemented thanks to the data collected both with the plant array system and with a sensor called BioRister that was invented at National Research Council in Parma, that basically work in vivo. The sensor is inserted inside the plant and it detects the flowing of ions like potassium or calcium, and this is directly correlated to the status of the plant, to the stress of the plant. Thanks to all this data collected, it was possible to implement a DSS. Next slide, please. Okay, the FitBus project, the objective was to have like an innovative formulation of feed for aquaculture fishes. The innovation relies on the integration of traditional feed with a meal of protein deriving from insects. Since we have experience as entomologists, our part in the project was the first one, in which we have to produce the larvae and then the meal, and in the end it was integrated to the feed. We worked with an insect which is quite promising both for feed and food, maybe in the future, that is called black soldier fly. In this project, we have like close collaboration, of course, with the University of Trento, with the University of Messina, and IZS. It's a research center, public research centers working on health of both animals and humans. Next slide, please. Okay, but the World Food Project objective was to the phenotypic and genetic characterization of genetically modified fruits. Our target was citrus, and in this project, again, we have like close collaboration with, in this case, the University of Verona and the University of Palermo. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last project. The idea was to design and realize an advanced digital solution to help farmers in identifying water stress of tomato plants. In this case, the partner was a private partner, SmartMe, that was in charge of the digital part of the project, but the whole management was carried out by the University of Catania. So also in this case, we have close interaction with, in this case, academia. Next slide, please. Okay, so thanks to our experience, which are the main benefits of collaboration with the academia and public research centers and research infrastructures in general? Of course, an access to the knowledge that is present in these places, and of course, an access to facilities and laboratories that are usually like the state-of-the-art equipments. And there is also an interaction with highly skilled researchers, professors, and so on. In some cases, an SME cannot carry out some R&D activities because it doesn't see, let's say, the short-term return of investment, while through funding program, it's possible to carry out such specific R&D activities that maybe can accelerate an innovation process. Of course, there is, let's say, an interaction that can lead to new ideas, and also during the project to identification of side effects. In case of a final product, process, or services, the university or the research center gives a sort of label of credibility to the product, process, or service. And there is an activity of participation to workshop or to, of course, scientific papers and other activities related to the presentation of results that gives visibility to the company. Next slides. But then let's see the drawbacks of this collaboration. Maybe this is more through with respect to Italy, but I think it's in general, these are the drawbacks that can be taken into account. SMEs need like a short horizon, no? They need to see results in short periods, while sometimes at academia and the public research centers, the horizon is very long. There is a lack of technical profiles, so profile of administrative staff dedicated to financial reporting of complex administrative tasks, or people that are able to structure, manage budgets. This is something that it's definitely missing. Sometimes there is an extra bureaucratic burden. So on top of normal bureaucracy, which is really heavy, there is a need, or it's asked to produce more bureaucratic paper. And again, this is my experience, there is a lack of flexibility. Just an example, in one of these projects I presented, there was a need of having a subcontractor, and there was a university involved, and there was no chance to have the university subcontract this. It was another company, this company, because the process of subcontracting is too long, and this is basically doesn't allow to have them as a subcontractor at the university. These are, let's say, the topic I highlighted, and my question, of course, is if there is room for improvements. And last slide, please. Yeah, I want to thank Joseph for inviting me, and all of you for your attention, and I am here till the end of the session in case of question.
Thank you so much, Turi. I really appreciate your presentation, and that's super interesting to learn about your experience. And yeah, I want also to thank Michelina Ruoco, who made this conversation possible. Yeah, so thank you so much. Okay, we will go to the next presentation, and it will be by S4 Laboratories. So that's a company which or I think is still participating in another Horizon Europe project, FENET, and it's so they're developing actually their services, and it will be interesting to hear about their experience. No, so if David Russell could share their screen, I think yeah, it's great.
Okay, this is David Perry. Russell is also with us, I believe. I'm sharing the screen, and I will just start that presentation now. Good. Okay. So we are a small startup company, technical startup company in the United States. Russell's a technical sales manager and archaeologist by training. I'm the chief technology officer, a spectroscopist by training. We also have soil scientists on our staff. This is the title which I had given when we were asked for a title. And it represents what we do. We measure soil organic carbon in situ in the soil. We produce a device called the Subterra, which does that, and it has now been applied to diverse landscapes. This alternate title really reflects what we're to talk about today, is what is our experience as a small company, a small startup company in the United States with this large European Union Horizon project, which is called FENET. Okay, so it's not actually FENET isn't a research infrastructure, but it's where our experience is with this large European project. So it is somehow relevant to what we're trying to address. Here is a photo of our device, the Subterra, next to one of our collaborators here at La Milani. It is a soil probe. It pushes a probe down into the ground. This long, skinny probe has a little light on it, and you can see the magnification of the probe tip with all those little ends of the fiber bundle showing there through that sapphire window. And that small tip is about 13 millimeters in diameter, is pushed into the ground by a motorized battery-operated mechanism. There's a light source and two spectrometers, one that operates through the visible and very near infrared, and one that operates through the extended near infrared out to 2,500 nanometers. So we record spectra of the soil in situ underground through the whole fiber optic range. Okay. The device also has a load cell which measures the compactness of the soil, how much pressure is needed to push the probe into the ground. And it has a GPS for locating the data. So when the data sets are collected, they have their integrity in and of themselves, where the data were collected. And of course, we record the depth into the soil at each measurement. There might be a couple dozen measurements of the soil at each depth as the probe goes into the ground. The probe is an all fiber optic design. That is, all of the equipment, the light source and the spectrometers and everything else is above ground, and the probe only contains fiber optics and a steering prism so that the light can shine against the soil through that sapphire window. And it's inserted down to 90 centimeters into the ground in steps, measuring each step as we go. So here is a measure of our applications. In Europe, we're involved, as I mentioned, with the European Union FENET project, which runs from 2023 to 27. This is a large Horizon grant with 24 institutions, 6 small private companies, of which we are one, 7 work packages, and 8 use cases. And our corner of the project is use case 2, which is led by BOKU in Vienna. And the current leader of that project is Hans Sanden, which you see standing here with a hat on. And this phase project with FENET has 2 phases. The first phase is in Austria, 2023 to 25. That field work has been completed. And then the device is now in Portugal, and there's 2 sites that will be investigated there, an ecological restoration site and a commercial vineyard are the sites that have been selected for that part of the work to carry through the rest of the project. Ecos Sisby is the person who is now with the unit in Portugal. This picture was taken in Austria in a field there. So this work by the FENET group is really the research project of the BOKU team. Now, as a company, we actually received grants from the United States Department of Agriculture. In the United States, there's something called Small Business Innovative Research Projects. SBIR is the acronym for that. And we had grants of this type given to our company by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we also have additional support for this work from UPL, formerly known as United Phosphorus Limited, but now is just known by its acronym. The SBR grants ranging from 22 to 25 are started a year ahead of the FENET program, and we're somewhat ahead in getting results. We focused on corn and soybean fields in Ohio and Indiana for that work, okay? And recently we've completed global modeling of what in the United States Geological Survey is called MLRA 111. This is a large agricultural use area in the United States, 89,000 square kilometers. It's about the size of Austria. Okay, so it's quite a large area that we investigated. And this is a sample result here of a particular field. And what we were able to measure is the organic carbon stock in megagrams per hectare down to a 90 centimeter depth. So this is the total stock at each point on the ground. And you can see the contours there, the darker colors representing higher concentrations of organic carbon, and the lighter areas are representing lower concentrations. So even in a field which looks fairly uniform, if you just look at it, there's quite a gradation, change more than a factor of 2 in the level of organic carbon stock in that field. Okay, so here we are. How is our collaboration with the BOKU team working? Part of the project, as I said, is to occur in Portugal. So there's a team from the University of Porto in Porto, Portugal as well. And so the history of how this happened, how did we even get as a small startup a connection with this European project at the time of the proposal? And we had a connection with Boris Renwald, who was a professor at BOKU. It's the Agricultural University in Vienna. And he had a startup in Vienna called Vienna Scientific Instruments. So he was both a faculty member and an entrepreneur at the same time. And so that's how we developed our connection with this project. Boris said, hey, let's go together and put in a proposal as part of the FENET project, okay? And so we collaborated with Boris Renwald, and we wrote the proposal for what's called Use Case 2. It's one of the many use cases inside that FENET project. And we also included, Boris had connections with Ruth Pereira of University of Porto, and So they were also involved in that use case 2 part of the proposal. So the proposal was funded happily beginning 2023. The S4, that's our company, S4 Mobile Laboratories. What is our role in the project? Well, the main point is we're to deliver the Subterra Green, which is this device you see in the picture. It's the same one that is pictured in the previous photo. In fact, this one that was delivered to Austria is the second ever prototype that we made. Okay, so it's very early in our history as a company to be able to produce these things. Okay, the first one was being used in the United States, and in fact, the first one is now in Canada doing a different project altogether. Right? And we have several other. We've progressed considerably since that time. So our role, I personally went there to Vienna to engage with the installation of the equipment, training the BOCU personnel on how to use it, and providing ongoing operational support. If there's any technical difficulties, parts need to be replaced or upgraded, software fixes, any of those kinds of things were provided to them. I've also participated in the FENET annual meetings, which has been wonderful for me because I, as representative of our company, have been able to get to know many of the other workers in the field that is relevant to us through the FENET project and the people that we meet there. And developing the connection with Anna E is one of those things that happen through those annual meetings, okay? And we've been busy trying to build our connection with Anna E since the recent meeting in Portugal, in Lisbon. While I was in Lisbon at the annual meeting, I also visited the prospective sites in Portugal and talked with the BOCU people and the Porto team about the suitability for the use of the Subterra Green in that area for the project as intended. Right? Now, BOCU and UPorto, their role in FENET is the main part of the research, okay? Those teams design and carry out the field work. This is really their project. It's not our S4 Mobile Laboratories research project. They design and carry out the machine learning analysis. If you measure spectra of the soil, it doesn't tell you directly. There's high organic content is darker soil. It is spectroscopy is sensitive to this, but there needs to be a calibration and a validation scheme that is done. So there's a good number of core samples are done and laboratory analysis to make sure that the interpretation of the spectroscopic data is correct and is verifiable to any skeptic. Okay, and that is done through machine learning, and that also Pavel here is an expert on machine learning analysis. In fact, the whole BOCU team have some expertise in that. And of course, the BOCU and UPorto teams, they are responsible for all paperwork and reporting, which helps us tremendously as a small startup because we just don't have the wherewithal to engage in the type of reporting and documentation requirements that are characteristic of European Union grants of this type. Our successes and challenges. Well, successes. First of all, extensive data collection in Austria has been completed. That part of the project was successful. The Subterra is now in Portugal, and with ACOS is there with it. He drove in a van across Europe to get there. And that work is ready to begin. We, as a company, have provided spare parts and technical assistance to BOCU as needed, and lots of discussions over the phone as well as the visits to Europe at different points. we've had good collegial exchanges between our company and the Boku team on the project of the research projects. Okay. As I said, we're engaged in a project of similar import, not the same focus, but related in the United States. And so really, even though we're a private company, we are in our career history academics, and we engaged in research projects, our S4 team. And so working collaboratively with the Boku and U-Porto teams has been really come natural to us. And that's really the kind of relationship that we have. We as a company have learned how research is done in Europe. The prospects, the potential market for us in Europe is quite substantial. Europe, to be honest, is rather ahead of the United States in how to deal with some of these issues.
Sorry, David, I think we are running out of time, so could you wrap up in 2 minutes?
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
The challenges are the second part of the project involving imaging routes has been slow to take off. Boris Renwald left Boku, and we have weaker connections with his company as a result of that. And there's that project is ongoing, but it's not where we'd like it to be yet. An exchange of parts between S4 and Boku is made more difficult by paperwork requirements at the level of importation tariffs, Boku institutional requirements, FINET program requirements. And there is where we would go from here. I don't need to say anything about this, but that's our ambition is to sell units to research projects, and then through 2026 start to sell our product both in Europe and in North America, elsewhere, for end users who really just want to use it, who aren't really engaged in research projects. Okay.
Thank you so much, David. That's super interesting to learn, and from a perspective of a private company developing an instrument, I think it's definitely new view for us. So thanks so much for sharing your presentation. I think now we can, Dalila, if you could.
Okay, there. Sharing has stopped now.
Yeah, please stop sharing the screen. And Dalila, if you could start sharing your screen. We'll hear from Dalila, who is a project manager also on Microbes project. We can hear the hopefully her experience from user side as a researcher. We can hear you. Yes, we can't see a presentation yet. We see, I think at the moment we see a desktop.
Sorry, I'm trying to connect my phones. Do you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
So because I'm having problems with my the audio, so I'm not sure. Sorry. Do you see my screen, right?
We see a desktop. Yeah, now we see the presentation. That's great.
Okay, yes. I'm moving forward. Sorry, because I'm
yes.
having some problems with the micro. So good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Dalila Fernandes, and I'm the project manager of Microbes-4-Climate. Today, I want to share some insights from two different but complementary perspectives. First, I have some experience as a user that I had during my PhD, and second, I want to share what I've learned now as a project manager of this project, working closely with the access officer and by extension with the facility managers. So I'm speaking today because I've experienced both sides of an access program. So during my PhD in molecular biosciences, I applied to access to a facility. FYI, I have put here soon to be PhD because I just submitted my written thesis and I am going to defend my PhD in the upcoming months. So to give you a little bit of more context, I applied to an Instruct ERIC fellowship for access to a specialized facility, in this case, Robotain at the University of Liège in Belgium. That experience shaped my understanding of what users actually need to have a successful experience. Now, in my role as a project manager of an European project that includes a TNA program, I see the internal processes, the constraints, and the challenges that facility managers and the access officer face. So my goal today is to bridge these two perspectives. So for this presentation, just let me briefly walk you through the five main points. I will start with my user journey. Sorry, I'm just going to stop here because my audio just failed. Let me change for the computer. Do you hear me?
We can hear you okay.
Okay, yeah, it passed from the phone to the computer. So let me just continue. Sorry for the technical problems. So I will start with my user journey, then move on to the what users need and expect. Then to the project management perspective, the internal constraints that we face and we have to work on, the essential role of the facility managers, and by the end I want to share some personal insights about what I feel is more important for the overall process to be successful. So during my PhD, the work that I worked on was focused on enzymes involved in the hydrogen sulfide metabolism. Hydrogen sulfide is a gasotransmitter. And one of the enzymes of particular interest was Cars2. This enzyme was very interested for us because a new function at the time had been identified for Cars2, because this enzyme worked as a persulfide synthetase, yet no experimental structure was available. You may not know, but for crystallographic studies, having a soluble protein makes the entire process much easier. However, despite although I was being able to produce large amounts of Cars2, the protein was almost entirely in the insoluble fraction. On the right side, you can see the AlphaFold predictive structure of Cars2. AlphaFold is an AI technique that only became available after submitting my access request. So at the time, we have no structural reference at all. And still today, there is no experimental structure to confirm this model. So to move forward, I needed to have access to high throughput tools to screen stabilization and the refolding of the refolding conditions, and these technologies were not available at my institute. That is why I applied for access to instruct ERIC fellowship. So after submitting this proposal, I was granted access to Robotain at the University of Liège, which had exactly the high throughput platforms required for this kind of work. The visit became very important for my project, even although I could not fully achieve the final goal of obtaining a totally folded and functional protein. The knowledge I gained, the troubleshooting experience, and the refining protocols were very valuable for the continuation of my PhD research. From the user's perspective, this application can be exciting and intimidating. So, as users, for us users, there are some things that are very important, namely having clear instructions, knowing exactly what information is needed and how to structure the proposal. Early communication with the facility manager is very important because it is crucial for us to understand what is feasible and to plan realistic experiments, and brainstorming with them about what we can do. Having realistic timelines for both the applicant and the facility, so the users know when they can come to the facilities and arrange everything. Also important to have some support during the proposal preparation, because we need some clarifications, and it is important to have someone that we can reach out. And finally, it's important to know what is available at the institution, and we can do, because sometimes we can over or underestimate what can actually be done. So I guess these are the main elements that shape my experience during the application phase. So I have put here a comparison of the proposal, the workflow that I have to follow for Instruct, and with the user process that for Microbes-4-Climate the users have to follow, and they are quite similar. When I arrived at the facility, several things stood out as extremely positive, and I want to highlight some of them. That was the experience of the hosting team, because we could discuss a little bit more about my project and brainstorm about it. I had access to technologies I have never used before, and with that came high quality on-site training, because they have to teach me how to use it. And overall, it was very good to have the opportunity to talk with these people with different experience, and we could troubleshoot about some of the issues I encounter in my research. At the same time, I experienced some of challenges, namely the protocol adaptation, because I need to implement the protocol that I did at my home institute, and then I have to adapt to a similar equipment, but not the same. So there was some struggles in that. Also the time pressure, because I only submitted access for 3 weeks, so I only had 3 weeks to make everything work. And also had to manage the expectations, because some of the experiments did not work, so we have to overcome this challenge. So by the end, I didn't obtain a soluble protein, but even though I have not reached this goal, the visit still provided significant scientific progress and personal development. So when we look at the user needs more broadly, I believe there are 6 main points that need to be highlighted. The first one, and I think it's the more important one, is the awareness, because many of the potential users simply do not know this type of programs even exist. It is important for the users to have clear information about the services that are available, the feasibility, the expected timelines. Also to have predictable procedures, so users know what happens next, what happens after they apply, how much the timelines of each process. To have transparent communication, especially if there are limitations to their projects, delays, changes, and also to have practical guidance before, during, and after the visit, because as I mentioned before, even small clarifications make a huge difference. And I think what is key for all of this to be successful is to have supportive facility managers, because the scientific success of the AXA depends heavily on their engagement and their expertise. So although all of this is important, I think the first thing is and one of the recurring issue is the visibility of these programs, because PhD students and postdocs often never hear about these opportunities unless we actively reach out to them. In my case, I was actually quite lucky, because someone from my research group was involved with Instruct and made sure my PhD advisor was aware of the program. Without this internal push, I may never have known about this opportunity and would never apply it. So moving now to the coordination perspective. As a project manager, my responsibilities include administrative and financial management, articulating all the work packages, activities, and monitoring the budget and monitoring the budget allocated to each facility. So I also manage adjustments that need to be done and communicated to the European Commission. And we also need to oversee timelines and reporting obligation to make sure that that we comply to the grant agreement, including the quality and the ethical standards. So to do all of this, to do all of this, it's also important to work closely with the access officer, because coordination and access operations must be aligned with the access officer for the whole system to work smoothly. From this position, I have gained a clear view of the internal constraints that users see and what strongly influence their perspective. So there are several invisible structural challenges, including first harmonizing the information across many institutions, because this task takes time. We also had to build a catalog of services that was extremely demanding because there were many services. Third, we have to implement the collaborative work environment, and that required technical and administrative work. And passing again from the point, the dissemination remains difficult because reaching the right users is a challenge for all research infrastructures. And finally, the application procedures may feel long, but they exist because the program is funded by the European Commission. So we need traceability, fairness, and accountability. These constraints aren't visible for the users, but they shape the entire user experience. Moving to the facility manager, they are absolutely central to the TNA success because they assess the technical feasibility, provide scientific support, and define what is possible. They also host and train the users, ensuring safety in the safety and scheduling, and also manage the resources. So their feedback is essential for reporting, and ultimately the facility managers determine whether the scientific goals and of access can be achieved. What connects all of this is the access officer, because she connects the users and facilities, but the engagement from the facility manager is truly what makes this process work. My personal insights are based as both of these experience as a user, as a project managers. Some things stand out. It is important to have the early contact between users and facility managers. The service descriptions need to be clear and concrete. We also need to have a stronger dissemination targeted at PhD students and postdocs, because this group is what usually needs these kind of services. Expectations need to be managed from the beginning. It's important to have the continuous communication during the application phase to make the whole process smoother. Repetitiveness in procedures should be reduced where possible without breaking the European Commission compliance. And we should create simple structured feedback loops after each access visit. These small improvements can significantly increase efficiency. To close, I believe efficiency in the access programs comes from mutual understanding. Users need clarity and support. Facility managers need realistic expectation and good communication. And project coordination must ensure structure, compliance, and transparency. When all of these three work together, we not only improve efficiency, but we also improve science and user experience. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Dalia. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I think also thanks for being, I think, perfectly on time.
Thank you. I tried my best.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear from your. I think you have a very unique experience of being both, in the user role and being on the project management side. So thanks for sharing this.
In both trenches. If someone wants to ask something, I'm available to answer.
Yeah, so indeed, so we actually now have a basically Q&A and discussion session point. Dalila, maybe you could stop sharing your screen. Okay. Yeah, great. And so basically, if we've had I think 3 very interesting presentations, and so if there are any questions in the audience, feel free to step forward. I think no questions here. Maybe I can start myself with a question for Turi. So you mentioned, if I understood correctly, so you've mentioned a few collaborations with both. If I understand correctly, your role, so you're basically in between, research institutions and also other companies, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, sorry.
So I was wondering if if it's not part of the Horizon Europe project, how do you create this type of collaborations? How do you I guess structure them? Is it financed by research institutions? Is it financed by private company? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't mention it. Basically, those projects were funded by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which is part of Next Generation EU program. Okay. So it's like public funding. We are in a strange situation because on one side we are a profit company. On the other side, since we do experimentation, we can provide facilities. So we can also basically we could also work for a public research center because they can need and there is a specific project in which we work for a public research center in Italy. Not it's not I didn't show it in my presentation, but there was a situation in which we were providing service to a public research center. So we have both this sold, on one side like private one, on the other side we are more like a research infrastructure.
Okay. And then basically you kind of directly invoice it either to private company or to research to institution.
Sorry, I lost the connection for a second.
No, the question was then basically you directly invoice either to public to research institution or to private company. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think there was a question in the chat from Anna to Dalila.
May I?
Please go ahead.
I have been thinking, we have been thinking about that, and one idea that came to our mind is maybe I think it's important to go to smaller meetings with more meetings that are more for PhD and postdoc. They are targeted for more of these groups and smaller meetings. So we can talk directly to them, make them aware of this type of projects that these projects exist, and explain that they can use this service free of they can use this service and they are free for them, then they can use it to improve their PhD project or postdoc projects, to have access to other technologies that they don't have in their institute, and also promote more and do more webinars, because if they know that these programs exist, I'm sure they will apply. But if somebody has more ideas, please feel free to reach out to us and tell us to implement, because this is a problem that we are facing. reaching out to the right type of audience so they know and they apply.
Yeah, thank you for. No, I think one point which comes to my mind is just one thing I noticed when I was actually on the catalog of services. So I noticed that there is actually no contact information of a facility manager, if I understand correctly. So then basically, you know, for example, I was interested in a particular facility, and then you have to search for quite a while online, basically, to find. I mean, you see some names, but you don't know exactly who is responsible for that facility, and you don't have like directly an email address you can, you can send your email to. So that's maybe something we could think later about. I don't know, maybe, or did I overlooked it? Did I overlook it? I don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe we have to check that, but at least to have the access officer contact, and then I guess Yvonne can put the users and the facility managers in contact.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's a great point. Thank you.
Yes,
And we have. Yeah, please.
Yeah, if I may intervene, yeah, we have been collaborating extensively, me and Lila. So this type of contact is of course is possible. So we are going to work in that direction. Yeah.
And Ivone, so your email address is on the website, on the ECA catalog.
Not in the EASIA catalog. In the EASIA catalog, they have the contact of the facility managers, because each service has a facility manager responsible for that service. But my contact is everywhere else, in the webpage of the project, in the collaborative working environment, in the catalog that is online. So we have also available in our webpage all the webinars that have already been made to disseminate the TNA program. So my contact is there for people to reach me.
Okay, thanks. And I think I had another question for Turi. So David mentioned like how they got in touch with the FENET project through Boris at the University of Vienna. So I was wondering, for Turi, from your sides, how do you typically get in touch with both, the research institutions and the private companies you are working with?
Okay, some contacts are internal. So we have like, let's say, two laboratories. Both of them have contacts with people. And when we like find, for example, a call, then we look for specific competencies that can help in carry out the activities of the project. But also, I mean, it's sometimes I just look through Google, and for example, for the project of aquaculture, I didn't find competent. It's involved the University of Trento. It's much easier for me to involve university. I am in Sicily, no, like Catania, Palermo University in Sicily. But I didn't find the competencies I was looking for. And then just looking through the web, through Google, like aquaculture, just put on the web, aquaculture university project. Then I found that the University of Trento, and also a foundation, is called Fondazione MAC, is a public research centers in north of Italy, in Trentino Alto Adige. They couldn't be part of the project because they were already engaged in this program, but they suggest me to contact the University of Trento. So it's just talking with people, writing email, and this app actually is working. It's something that, well, out of 10 emails, maybe you get like one answer back, but that's enough. It's the right one.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thanks for sharing. It's very interesting to hear.
Actually, I have a question for David.
Okay.
So, yeah, because you mentioned actually that the excess of bureaucracy we have here in Europe. So I want to hear from your experience, because this can help us to improve also this part.
Okay, we've had on a few occasions to send a replacement part for something that broke. The instrument fell over at one point and broke one of the spectrometers. So they send it to the manufacturer to be fixed, but that delays the project. So we sent them a replacement unit, and that to get that. Well, in that case, it wasn't a warranty repair. It had just been broken. Other things were warranty repairs, and we just send it. But then we send it has to get in through customs into the European Union. Okay, this is inevitable. We're in North America. There's importation protocols that you have to do, right? And then at Boku, if they're paying for it, it has a certain value. There's certain value added tax has to be paid for it. And the receiving agent in Boku is not the project people concerned, because then they have some internal arrangements there among their institution. And of course, the whole thing is funded through the FENET project, which has its own rules. Okay. And none of this is intentionally trying to make things difficult. It just makes it's just something you have to go through, right? To get pieces back and forth. And then if they then got the one unit fixed that was sent to Japan to be fixed by its manufacturer, then if they want to return the one to us, well, then there's no mechanism for selling something back to us, right? Because that's not in the protocol of either the university or the FENET project. In the United States, within the United States, if we have to send a customer a part urgently, we put it in FedEx and they have it on their desk the next morning, right? And in the European Union, you can do this too, anywhere in the European Union, because you have a customs union, right? It's just an extra step that one needs to go through, okay? And it doesn't make it prohibitive. It just, one needs to be better organized and realize that certain things aren't going to happen. You may need to have a little bit extra budget to handle parts replacement on a certain occasion. But it still works. The benefits of the interaction were still very great. Okay. We really learned from each other about how we do the work and the science, and understand the potential for future activities, right?
Thank you.
And I have many questions for Turi. Or well, please, Kerstin, go ahead. Kerstin, go ahead, please.
Yes, sorry, I'm still having a little voice problem. I hope you understand me well. I just wanted to come back to the point of dissemination and gaining visibility. It's clearly not easy on a European level or international level. Of course, there are established national PhD networks. For example, IPK and the IPB in Halle, they held annually a student conference. That would be a very good occasion to disseminate the project, I believe. And my PhD student is in the PhD board, so I can contact him regarding this. We should use our local networks of collaborators, project consortiums that we are involved in. And just one idea also for Germany. So both Forschungszentrum Jülich and also IPK, Roland Pirushka and me, we are now new heads of the phenotyping working group of the Plant Breeding Association, which is quite a big association. And we are anyway about to brainstorm for events next year. So maybe we can already hold a seminar, maybe also coupled with a visit at the Jülich Rhizotron facility or at IPK Rhizotron facility, and maybe make a more targeted seminar for the Microbes-4-Climate topics. That would be an idea, just came to my mind. Otherwise, I see one difficulty always with the PhD students, not per se, they are super motivated, etc. What might be always a challenge, or at least we have to be aware of that, often with the high throughput phenotyping experiments, this is creating such an additional large data set that was probably originally not planned in the project. And time always runs faster than you think in your PhD. So it's often, I think, challenging to process the data set afterwards during the PhD time. But it's just a comment, and that's true for postdoc projects as well, that all have a limited end, let's say. Yeah, that would be my comments. Thanks.
Maybe if I can comment, Kirsten, it's interesting that you mentioned about this issue about the data. So I think in the session, the first session today, Rick from the Netherlands, he mentioned that he's also, I think, there, I guess, diving into the different, AI tools. So maybe, there could be some, I guess, solutions developed that help, process data processing.
Yeah, sure. There are solutions that help data processing. It's just every data set is large, and especially if you add other components like microbiome data, there is also a lot of data integration to do, which is not easy to do. And there is no straightforward solution to be applied for every data set. It's really always, you need to look at your experiment, what you have done, and what would be the best analysis for that. And especially if student comes with a totally different background that probably don't have that much background in data analysis on large data scale, that's always a challenge. We support as best as we can, but we also cannot dive into all the details of every external data set. It's just too much. Just as a realistic comment from, we had European access projects and we had German access projects already. And coming to a publication takes a long time because they do this on top of their other work, right? There is no 1-year PhD position extension due to the project, which would give you the time to process this data set. So just a realistic comment from years of experience of access.
And Kirsten, thanks so much for sharing this. And what do you think about an option when, let's say this TNA type of project is included in the PhD plan from the very beginning? Is it realistic?
Not sure, because it depends what type of PhD project is it. So if it's a third-party funded project, you need to make the project planning long time ahead before you get the go. And there is uncertainty if the TNA will be successfully reviewed. So that's a big risk for a project to put that in the project plan. If it's like an internal PhD project, that's a household position, those things are probably doable. Then they can be compensated if the TNA is not reviewed successfully. But for a third-party funded project, I think that's, first of all, it takes way too long time. You write the project, you wait for evaluation, and before it starts, maybe it's already 2-3 calls later in this TNA project. And the risk would be too high for the project.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for sharing this. I think if I may, one more question for, I don't know if there are any other points in the audience. Turi, if I may ask one more question for you. I had a question. So when you have basically, companies participating in this type of projects, and, I understand that, let's say, when they participate through, European Horizon Europe type of projects, then it's basically free for them. But through other projects, they basically have to finance it themselves. So did you see like a big kind of resistance when they have to finance projects themselves?
It's a matter of trade-off. If there is a clear, let's say, positive aspect or return of investment, then okay. But then for private company is always a matter of time and money. So this is something that drive us through decisions. Okay. So of course, if you have the chance to pay your activity, then you don't have to. It's fine. But if you have to pay for, let's say, obtaining some results, and these results doesn't it's always the question is return of investment, when and how much. Okay, so when you don't have like the good answer, then you release the activity.
Okay, I understand. And I think here, so during the session one, we had a presentation from Estefania. She's managing, I think, one of the EMBRC facilities in Spain, I believe. Yeah, in Spain. And she mentioned that it's also, when you collaborate with companies, it's very crucial, like to what, who's your counter person, at the company. Is it CEO or is it more, research, a person with a research background? Maybe could you share your insights on that? How you kind of manage to get to the right person in the company,
I am in the middle again. So I talk to the people of the laboratories, because there is laboratory managers, and I talk to the CEO of our company. So I act as trade union between the two. So it happens that sometimes people of the laboratories just tell me, we won't go on this activity. Or sometimes it's the CEO that tells me it's something that it's not, it doesn't make sense to us.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Interesting. And one, sorry that I'm asking you so many questions.
I'm here for this.
Yeah. I think if I remember, you mentioned one other point that now you're working on the national Italian level, right? And then you're interested to go more, European and maybe even broader level. No, I think it's especially that I think that David is coming from the US to Europe. I think it's kind of an interesting combination. I guess my question is that more like how you are planning to go to European level in that regard.
Yeah, basically yesterday we present a project of European project. We submitted a project.
Okay.
It's on aquaculture. So the thing is, again, thanks to the connections, you create a European consortium, and this is how it worked. It's like going to a next level and basically having more quality in research, in also competencies, and of course, we are in Italy, so we cannot. There are regional fundings, national fundings, but the European level is, of course, the top. And then that if your project is funded, then that project was selected among German projects, French projects, Spanish projects. I mean, all Europe is participating to, and this means that the level is very, very high.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks. Are there any other comments in the audience on this? Okay, well, if not, I think we can close the session, and I'll encourage you please to come and join the session 3. It will start basically after the lunch break at 2 p.m. CET in a bit more than 1.5 hour. So we will have a few, basically 3 presentations from also sharing their experience of collaboration between research infrastructures and private companies, and it will be from both on the research infrastructure level, but also more on a project level. So I think it will be also very interesting, and so that we hopefully can learn a lot about it. And then we'll have also, I guess, kind of finalized discussion of the today's workshop. So yeah, please come and join us at 2 p.m. CET. And thanks everyone for your participation in this session. It was very interesting. So thanks very much, and see you soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Sorry, Joseph, we come back at 2 p.m., right?
At 2 p.m., yes.
Thank you.
2 p.m. CET. CET. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. See you soon.
Okay. Welcome back after lunch break. I hope you had a good lunch. Yeah. So we will. Yeah. So here is a brief outline of the session number 3 we have for today. So the last and sort of concluding session. So we will start again with a quick audience survey as in the previous sessions. And then we will have two presentations. Basically one from Clement, one from Ariana. So both presentations are for France. And then we will have one presentation from Italy, from Maurizio. And then we will conclude, basically we'll have Q&A and discussion. I might also share a few slides kind of on what we've discussed so far today. And then we'll conclude with the remarks. So next slide, please. Yeah, so please scan the QR code, and also I shared in the chat the link if you don't have share it again phone with you, but just to know, who is in the audience. So please fill in the survey. Okay, nice. I see answers coming in. So I think, Yusuf, could you stop sharing your screen, please? And yeah, Clement, if you could share your screen.
Sounds good. I think it's working right now.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Okay, so I can start. All good?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So, hi everyone, and thank you for attending to that presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about promoting collaborations between institutes and stakeholders, because regarding my position at CNRS and moreover at the CEREP Ecotron Île-de-France, which is an environmental science platform for experiments. It's quite a new topic, so we went through a lot of different questions and tried to raise some solutions and also learn a lot about it. So it was a nice proposition from Joseph to maybe go back on everything we learned so far during those 2 years experience. Okay, so just I'm not going to dive into the science. I think it's most important to talk more about the interaction with industrials here. So just to present roughly, the CEREP Ecotron Île-de-France, it's an experimental platform, a unit with a lot of experimental platforms that allows to work on ecosystems at the beginning for academic researches at the beginning. And allowing us to study any compartment of an ecosystem, so the atmosphere, the biosphere, hydrosphere, or geospheres, but also the interaction in between them, and also understand ecosystem at the global dynamic. And so for that, we have a lot of tools and equipments to cover a lot of time scales and space scales, from the small compartment like a root or a leaf up to in natura field site. So for that, we have that unit, that lab, with roughly 20 permanent employees and a few employees hired on specific projects. And the specificity also, it's that we have only engineers and technicians on site, which could be important. We will see it later to keep it in mind. So we have a large catalog of platforms, instruments, equipments, and expertise. And also, in order to help to be more transparent and clear with our collaborators and partners, we have audit pricing, which make it very easy to understand and also very clear to read for when we're talking about projects and some contracts or things like this. So the main purpose of that lab unit is to host projects that are submitted by external researchers or partners. We are not really developing project by our own. We're more expert into providing a service, which is providing experimental setup to answer questions for academia mainly, but more and more for industrial and R&D projects. So into that environment, there is my job, my position since 2 years at CNRS. It's a new program that CNRS is developing right now in order to put people in some labs or in some areas in order to help CNRS platforms and labs to collaborate more and more with industrial, because it's not necessarily cultural in academic research to go towards any industrials or non-academic partners. So that's why at the CNRS, there is that job position that I'm having, where the main duty is to promote interactions with non-academic partners and also to convert those interactions into projects. And obviously, at the end, it means some fundings and resources for the lab and the platforms. So at the lab, my main job had been since 2 years to go through all the process about how to edit a contract from the early stage, which is communications, reaching out the industrials, making prospections, but also finding the right documents with the legislation department, and until the signing up the contract, and also make the follow-up during the project and make sure that we are delivering everything we signed for, etc., etc. And because short staff, it's what it is in research, I'm also being involved into those research projects as a referent and with my scientific background. So I'm going to give you 2 examples, 2 kind of user cases, let's say one with a startup, one with a big company. And starting from there, I'm going to draw some lines of what we learn and what I think it's important to keep in mind when you're trying to reach out an industrial or stakeholders. And then maybe some perspective. It will be through our own window, but maybe it could be replicated at the level of the infrastructure or something like this. So the first user case is here is a startup. So the startup is very local and was very willing to work with with academic platforms and with CNRS to have a support in their R&D process. So they reached us through a researcher. You will see later, it's going to be important also, in 2024. And so they wanted to unlock some knowledge gaps and also some technical barriers in order to reach a better level in their R&D project. So roughly, it's a process that allows potentially to sequestrate some carbon by drying some wood, and but like I said, the science itself is not really the point here, so I'm just passing by. So they reached us in order to validate their innovation, their protocol, their process, and to also keep a step in the R&D and to always have one step further compared to the current time, always to see a little bit in advance what they want to achieve in order to always be well seated with their partners and the one investing in their technology and things like this. And they are also talking a lot with us as a support team and expertise to support the strategy of investments and things like this. So if we translate that into something more commercial or marketing, they are using our platforms, they are working with us in order to improve their marketing offer, because what we're going to see with that experiment will be good assets then for sell their technology and process. It's also optimizing investment. We are working with them as a R&D team in order to help them to achieve better efficiency on their process or things like this. And also something very important with working with infrastructure like us, it's a guarantee that they are using as a window when they are then on convention to sell their prototypes or things like this, like working with big institutes like us, like CNRS, like other infrastructure in Europe. It's a big guarantee for them. So it's something also to keep in mind, I think, and something that industry are looking for. So how it worked, it started with a visit. After reaching the researcher, I went into contact with them and we planned a visit. And for some infrastructure, more like for us, where we have a lot of experimental setup with huge high-tech platforms, visit is always a strategical point because nothing comparable with a PowerPoint or whatever. And so quickly we sign an NDA. So I'm putting it here. It could sound very basic, but for us, it was the first time we were talking about NDA and signing an NDA, which could be more or less long when we were working in a public service. So something to keep in mind also. And what we did, we started with a small service contract. So like I said, we don't have a lot of researcher, but mainly engineers and technicians. And so we're providing service. And so we made a service contract for them. And it allows us to learn a little bit more about their way of thinking in terms of innovation, R&D, and also in terms of data and publishing data and things like this, intellectual properties anyways. And because it worked very well, we renewed multiple times some service contract, and it just strengthened the confidence between the two partners. And then we reached another step earlier in September, where we apply for European calls for projects. So that's how we kind of built up with that startup. And thanks to their motivation and the way we understood it and be able to put some efforts in the right direction. So it's planned to be continued, as I said, and so far we got 3 projects which brought a non-neglectable budget for us because it's also some human resources that we were able to hire thanks to those projects. So that's we're quite happy with this. So the second feedback with a big company, it's a different approach. The startup usually they are very into rapidity. They want to go through the challenges and the step very quickly because they are in a short time scale and they need to prove and improve and get on the market very fast. Where big companies are slightly different. So here we work with a small department, which is kind of environmental survey for ENGIE, which is an energy company in France. And they reached us in 2023, again, through a researcher. And they wanted to master a technology that they developed in their own lab, but they had some trouble when they were deploying it on the field. They weren't really able to distinguish different signals and to understand what's going on, and so they needed to go back to a smaller scale. So on our platform, we have a climatic simulators where we can calibrate some technologies like this. And so they wanted to work with us in order to help them to master their technology. So again, they were like a key about understanding what they really want and what they really need and what we could offer. And so they wanted to validate their innovations and to anticipate troubleshoot. So that's why we can turn that thing slightly differently. It's also improving marketing offer because thanks to those tests, they are able to communicate and to go through Congress and things like this and say, my technology is working, it be proved and tested in a controlled environment. And again, with a guarantee because it's with a research institute, well known for doing those things. And so in the end, also reducing costs for them because it's avoiding to deploy stuff in foreign countries and then at the end not understanding really. So that's how we can switch it up a little bit or see another point of view, that type of interactions. And so again, what was very interesting, that story happened kind of the same way. So a researcher got reached, and then we planned a visit, we signed an NDA, and then we started with a small contract service, and it got renewed with the confidence built up with time, and because things were going smoothly, and now we are at 4 small projects with them for 60k euros budget. And it might be continued, but it really depends on the funding they have, because usually environmental department in big companies are not the department with the most of funding. So we'll see, but the willing is here, let's say. So with this, what did we learn? I put few take-home message here. So I'm not putting here on the slide all the administrative part that we learn and all the legislative part that we learn, which was a big piece actually. Finding a model of contract to be able to pull it off when needed and very quickly. Same for NDA. Same for having the financial contact at the CNRS to be able to be quick on exchanges and things like this, and in order to answer to the call of our partners in the right time scale. So put this aside, visits were a game changer. I think each time we can have the opportunity to bring those people, to bring the stakeholders, the industrial into our world, into our platforms, and to be able to talk around the experimental setup or whatever, it makes sense. But actually hear from all the people I contacted, each time it was the visit that unlocked a big part. So don't neglect that. I also noticed that researchers often in our institutes already have the contacts, and so the prospection is not necessarily where we have to put the most effort at the first steps. I think just involving researchers and having researchers willing to work with industrials and helping them to take the time, because most of the time it's this, taking the time to consider some emails or some questions from stakeholders or non-academic collaborators, potential collaborators. It's very important. So the lack of time often is the main trap. So that's where I was able to help during those past 2 years. Starting with a small project, it sounds also maybe obvious, but that's how you know how you want to interact with the collaborators before spending a lot of time and energy on big calls for projects. If the opportunity is here to have small projects, small exchanges on some service or whatever, it's also the helping to put the strong base of a bigger work later. Adapting also the speech. I think it's something that maybe we're not really familiar with when we come from academic researching environment or things like this. But that's what I wanted to show you a little bit through those slides. It's like being able to put the scientific questions or things like this that the stakeholders is bringing into, okay, why is he talking to me about this? The science is something, but maybe there is also other aspects that could help the stakeholders to get even more involved, which is helping them to maybe understand that, oh, it will be a good asset for your investment. You're actually not going to lose money because you're going to master your product. And you maybe not consider also those side effects. And by anticipating it, you're going to probably save money for later. So understanding, for example, for a CEO, it will be talking about some impactful breakthrough or some long-term investment strategy. If it's a team leader or a project leader, it will be something about how much he could save time, budget, and also earn knowledge at the same time by using our platform instead of maybe doing some non-linked researching here and there, or talking to the researcher and engineer in our team and insisting on the fact that we have very high-tech platforms in ANAI and in Europe and at CNRS. And so insisting on the fact that, okay, it's very high-tech, maybe you are not there yet, because sometimes it could look very too much for some stakeholders, but being able to help them to understand like that's what you're gonna need at some point. So just try to take it into consideration right now. You will see you're gonna save time, money, and energy. And so yeah, it's really a lot into the exchange and being able to involve them and to understand their vocabulary, and in order to make sure that both of the world kind of understand each other's. And to finish on that slide, it seems like also the platforms itself, it's nice and it's easy for us to kind of sell on the catalog because it's parameters, it's easy to display, and we love our platform, so it's easy also to talk about it. But it seems like the platform, it's not really an endpoint for stakeholders. It's more like a medium to get to the expertise. So don't neglect the expertise you have on site, on your platform, regarding an instrument because you're really expert on some measurements, or because the topic of research that you're tackling is very your heart of research, and so you have an expertise to give to it. Usually industrials and non-academic collaborators try to get that substantial juice of science and through the expertise, even if platforms are a good support for that. So what next for us? And I think it's something to also keep in mind with that 2 years flashback. It's very important to get the researchers involved as much as we can by, first of all, get the contacts from them, because most of the time researchers are already contacted by industrials because they are expert and they need that expertise. But also researchers or infrastructures, they're able to promote some calls for projects and also to scoot some hot topics that industrials are not really aware about. So that's where having a community of researcher and community aware about all those last news in science world are very important to get involved into your work. And that's what we try, at least at CNRS, where I'm working, to do now. Being able to change the offer depending if it's a startup or a big company, because that's where you will have big differences, but it sounds logical, but I'm going to pass. If you have questions, feel free. And also, when you're talking with stakeholders, it could be interesting also to have two types of contacts. For example, like someone very technical and an engineer from the R&D team, because he's going to understand where you want to go with your platforms and why your equipments are very high tech and interesting for their research and their program. But also a team leader or the CEO or whatever, because they are the manager of the timescale and the budget. So you have to be able also to talk with them about how impactful it could be to work with us for their company, their program, their strategy, and their long-term vision. And I think that's it.
Ruben, thanks so much. I think it's a great, super practical, very much down-to-earth presentation where I think we can learn a lot from. So thanks very much for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I'll ask Ariana now to share her screen.
Yes. Can you now see?
Yeah, we can see
correct mode.
Yeah, it is in
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. Thanks a lot for the invitation, Joseph. I'm Ariane Dubost. I come from CNRS as well, but I'm more from the atmospheric research infrastructure sector, and I'm here today to present a bit of insight on how we are doing our transnational access project with the private sector. So the research infrastructure I'm most involved with is the actress on the aerosol, trace gases, and clouds. And here, my first slide was to show a bit how we consider the access of private sector companies to these atmospheric research infrastructures. So mostly to test the new technologies using our platforms and our equipment, engage in some research project, like a co-design project with academic partners, define reference standards, notably with our central laboratories or calibration facilities to evaluate the performance of instruments. And we focus also on innovation services to, for instance, develop new advanced systems, low-cost sensors. And we also have a part dedicated to data-driven innovation and services, and trying to make our data easily available and accessible, and have it as near real time as possible. And here below you'll find some small numbers, but about the number of companies who which accessed the Actris or Atmo Access facilities in several projects. Notably our last project, Atmo Access, which I'll introduce you a bit more about in a minute, where we had 39 companies coming to our diverse platforms. In Actris 2 as well, we had 24 companies accessing observational facilities. And in the Europe CHEM project, which finished in early 2021, 7 companies use the simulation chambers. On the right of my slide is a bit more insight on Atmo Access and what type of access was interesting for companies. So you see that the combination of physical and remote was the most asked for type of access, with a lot on research innovation services. Then for physical access, we had a mix of technical services, so mostly calibration services, research innovation services, but a bit of training as well. And you see that remote access was less interesting for at least the companies that applied to our calls, and mostly related to research and innovation services. So I'll give you a bit more insight on Atmo, if I manage to change slides. So this project just ended in September this year after 4 years and a half. And it was an H2020 Infra project, so a bit before the SERVs. But it was a pilot project to really try to see how access could be best suited for distributed research infrastructure. It gathered 3 main arrays, so Actris, ICOS, and IAGOS. And we had more than 62 research performing organizations involved across Europe. And in terms of offered, we had more than 65 facilities, bits observational platform, atmospheric chambers, mobile platforms, central laboratories, and also virtual access through cross-array virtual services. And here are the key results. So sorry that the slide may be a lot of information, but in the project we had 15 open calls, and notably a continuous call for private sector and fast track access, which I'll come back to in a minute. And out of the 428 projects submitted, we had 46 from industries. So I think those numbers are the key ones I wanted to talk to in the context of this workshop. And I just maybe to complete a bit what was discussed this morning about the TNA call path, we created a specific path for the private sector within Atmo Access, meaning that there was no, it was a call continuously open, so private sector could spontaneously apply and submit their proposal without following any specific call. Also, the evaluation was shortened because in Atmo Access it was a bit the same that in Microbes-4-Climate, around 2 to 3 months of evaluation. So here it was reduced to 2 to 3 weeks, which can be important for industrial users. And we really pushed the reviewer to react promptly. And concerning proprietary research, private sector was exempted from the obligation of providing the data and results, but they could still do it if they wanted to, but they were not meant to provide them. And the selection was independent from the success rate of the project. And now I just wanted to show you a few examples from diverse private sector and industrial users. So starting with this SME, even tech time, I think there are 5 employees in the company, which accessed Warsaw Observation Station in Poland for testing LiDAR applications and validating a prototype. And their feedback was highly positive. What they benefited from was really the expert feedback on their signal interpretation and the system integration. They really appreciated the technical support of the staff on site, and also the availability of accessing this state-of-the-art facility. And they really said that the collaborative experience enhanced the connection of the companies with the atmospheric research community as a whole. This testimony was gathered as part of some success stories, short videos, so you can access them on YouTube if you want to have more insights. Then we also had DMT, so Droplet Measurement Techniques, which is a large company based in the US, coming to access one of the Atmo Access facility in France, in Puy-de-Dôme. So this measurement campaign was called Raclette, and it was organized in the spring last year. And it was really a good way for the company to test their instrument in rugged condition, because it was on the top of the Puy-de-Dôme. Here you have some feedback both from the scientific PI at the laboratory and on the person at the droplet measurement technique who was accessing the Puy-de-Dôme station. And both of them, they really state that this transnational project was an excellent opportunity for both for the lab and for the companies. They could really test their instruments under these challenging conditions, and it really influenced the development of the instrument. They changed some features to make the instrument more robust in conditions such as ice or fog. And it really created a platform to engage and collaborate with the scientific community. So here are some benefits they identified. That the transnational access program created a clear legal framework to collaborate with the institute. So this was really something that was praised for by DMT. To have the knowledge development through the supplier expertise. As Clément said, expertise is really very important for these type of users. And this allows also to access various platforms in Europe and to test under specific meteorological conditions. And yet the frame of the TNA clearly defined roles for the experts which were in charge of this development. So I think for them, it was really it set the ground for a further collaboration, and it was part also of the success stories of the project. Then I'll move quickly to a last TNA example of TNA as a tool for technology infrastructure strategy. So if you're familiar with the your Horizon Europe calls, you can see that the European Commission is pushing more and more for technology infrastructures, which refers to facilities, equipment, services, and expertise needed to develop, test, and validate scale-up technologies. This pilot was tested as part of a project of the environmental research infrastructure community called ENVRI9. So it's one of the pilots developed by the project to test this provision of services for the private sector to contribute to this European ENVRI technology infrastructure landscape. And the services is about the solution to detect and quantify methane leaks using drone technologies. And though the strategy really clearly mentions TNA as really a key pillar of the strategy, because it allowed the company to access one drone facility in Cyprus. So the company was Suez, who first expressed their interest for service provision. They then went through the TNA application at all the other companies and users in the project. And after acceptance for service provision, they developed the technologies. So here you also have the TRL level at this facilities in Cyprus called USRL. So it's an actress facility. Then the sensor was calibrated and tested by the central facility, so the calibration facility at CEA. So this is an ICOS facilities, and it was validated at TRL 5 using also the TNA in the landfill in Cyprus. So I thought this was an interesting insight from this project on how broader picture also of how TNA can support innovation in the European research landscape. And I'll just finish quickly by future opportunities. So this ENVRI9 project is developing an innovation toolbox. So this is really a website-based hosted on the ENVRI Hub. And gathering specific insights on innovation, helping also for the NDAs examples for the IPR management, future project that could be of interest for the community. So it will be really an interesting resource if you're interested in fostering innovation in your facilities. We are also having this ENVRI innovation training program. So for on innovation mechanism in ENVRIs and on valorization and technology transfer. So the date of the first one is in January 2026. The date is not fixed yet, but we will announce it soon. And there will be a follow-up on-site workshop at the GU in May 2026, because it's where the ENVRI community can be best reached for. And the idea is really to target either head of research infrastructure, head offices staff, or facility staff. And I also put there the IRISC open call for access, which could be of interest for those of you working on climate change risks. Thanks a lot. Sorry, I was maybe a bit longer than scheduled, Joseph. And I don't know if the QR code is working, but it's if you need more information and if you are interested in the Andrinov resources, you can subscribe to the mailing list. Thank you.
Thanks, Ariane. No, that's all great, and both in terms of content and timing. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Okay, now I think we have presentation. We'll go to so we have a presentation from Maurizio.
Yes.
And Maurizio, if I may ask you to share your screen. Yes. Thanks so
It's
much.
fine now. Could you see?
Yeah, it's perfect. I don't see you, but I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but I can see your screen.
Okay, good. It's enough. Hello,
Okay.
everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. And we prepared also in line with the other presentation. Our focus on reducing the gaps between research and technology and development and agri-food industry players. So challenges, opportunities, best practices for innovation and technology transfer. I am Maurizio from Enea, one of the largest Italian public research center, and I am head of a laboratory called Innovation of Agri-Food Supply Chains. And I also today am representing the research infrastructure Metrofood RI. We are part of a division larger called Sustainable Agri-Food System, and there are 3 laboratories, and we are in close connection and collaboration with research infrastructure, not only Metrofood but also MIRI, which is very closer to the also the core of the project today, and we are more or less 100 researchers along Italian peninsula from the north, center, and south of Italy. So there is just 3 slides of approach we are using when trying to deal with industrialists and operators of the supply chain, and then going through three cases. So as also representing of the research side, also in the laboratory, we are trying to wander to and identify the best solution, but also in terms of sustainability of the technologies. So replacing conventional technologies with the newest one in line with the trends about bioeconomy, the green technologies adoption, and in particular the adoption of the food circularity. So when we come to discuss with our stakeholders, we try to pose issues such as moving from linearity to circularity, to move from then their logic of personal sector to the logic of the supply chain as a whole. So moving to the whole food system approach. And in particular, we try to select and negotiate the adoption of the technologies that can ensure this One Health approach by having an impact on what is human, animal, and environmental health. But when we are also working with establishing dialogue with our stakeholders, we have to keep into account also their main, let's say, needs and starting baselines. A series of scenarios we have also identifying regarding the new models of consumption and production, also the impact of and the greater use and adoption of agroecology solution to follow the consumer's perspective in terms of food preferences, and how to explore the opportunities arising from the real collaboration and involvement, active involvement of collectivities and territories. So these are for our laboratory, so our small approach. Four of the main scenarios we have to take into account before starting to introduce services and solutions to our stakeholders, with the final aim to, for sure, acquire new skills, but also to identify new and correct drivers of innovation. We are working with the whole supply chain. So our approach is looking to the food integrity. So what does it mean? To try to explore, identify, and use and test all kind of solution and innovation covering the whole supply chain from the primary until the final consumption. And we are also insisting to find better solution to support operators of the supply chain to recover, collect qualitative and primary data from every stage of the food system production, because it is very important that people, operators of the supply chain, are not only aware about their hotspots and impact categories consumption, but also how to recover, how to trace, how to gather and store these primary data. Because it's very important that companies are owner of this data and be able to use them to the future certification, future labeling, but also to identify negative hotspots and select, in close collaboration with the research and academia, improvement solution. So how do we work towards the needs expressed by the private stakeholders? I have just summarized four main areas. The knowledge exchange program of ENEA regarding consultancy to companies per separate teams. Repository of already active patents. Annual funding for proof of concept funded by ordinary fund by ENEA, the role of research infrastructure, and what next? The further discussion. So in my presentation, I would focus only on CAP and Metro Food good practices, while it's useful to know that we are also funding every year an annual funds for several proof of concept where ENEA invest 90% of the resources, while the 10% are invested by the private companies in close collaboration with our main investigator from ENEA leading the project. We have also patents that we can co-share with the interest stakeholders. But I think it's good to enter in what is our main leadership of the European large infrastructure Metro Food, high-level metrology services in food, nutrition for the enhancement of food quality and food safety. Metro Food is part of the S3 roadmap in the health and food domain. It's covering a lot of European countries, more than 50 institutes, and also creating some sub-hubs and sub-nodes, central hub and national nodes. The main objectives of these infrastructures is to make available and sharing data information on and metrological tools to strengthen scientific knowledge and promote scientific cooperation via this collaboration, to enhance quality reliability of measurement results, and also to improve scientific excellence in the field of food quality and safety. You know what also blockchain and authenticity are very important themes for especially for the food industry stakeholders. The Metro Food infrastructure is divided into two main bodies of the same skeleton: the physical research infrastructure, offered and shared by the 50 institutes all over Europe, made by plants, analytical laboratories, on-field farms, and several facilities for food processing and storage experimentation, but also the so the ICT part of the research infrastructure, where software, data collection, data analysis, interlaboratory tests have been shared into the E part of the research infrastructure, so the virtual part of the infrastructure. It's a successful approach not only in Italy, but we can say in all the countries where Metro Food is enhanced, because this infrastructure permits to work with policymakers, so to have a sense policy interface, to have the possibility to came through collaboration with national funding agencies, especially also from the European part, for the setting up of the ERIC, and also to liaise with other research infrastructures, other networks. For example, in Italy, Metro Food is working closely also with MIRI for the microbiome part, for sure, for the soil health, etc. In this way, it is possible to filter scientific results and the open data sharing, tailoring for the different users of the services run by the infrastructure. There is also the possibility to, and we are also investing a lot of resources and time of our researcher and PhD to co-create and create also community of practices interaction, also to not to have the same scheme of the services designed as they are, but also to revise case by case, country by country, according to the specific situation. It's a good practice because in view of the establishment of the for the ERIC to get the ERIC status, it's important that this infrastructure will work on the same on its funding also. So it's important to establish a business model highlighting the baseline represented by the costs, but also how to stream revenues and to ensure in this way the financial sustainability apart from the public funding coming from Europe or the national support. So services, Metro Food, RI, and in all the countries are delivering a series of services made of expertise, sharing resources, sharing facilities, and in this way to address the diverse user needs with some measurable outputs. And we also, like the previous presentation from TNA, we are also opening open calls to national stakeholders. Recently, last springtime, we launched the first calls dedicated to the private stakeholders, and so in this way we are also adjusting what will be the final portfolio of activity in terms of a wide range of services. More or less, there are four main domains: the research services, ICT and data, advisory services, and also training and education, which is very important, especially to ensure the financial sustainability of such large infrastructure. The second is the CAP, the Knowledge Exchange Program. It's a kind of booklet of services and innovation generated by our entire research staff, where people can select the specific domains of interest, especially you can see in the slide the biotechnology for health and agro-industry. And when you come inside this portfolio, you could also select which kind of already existing, already running services and expertise are offered by our teams. So stakeholders can then have details on some info sheets about the specific technologies they are searching for. So in this example, there is a project sheet about analytical food traceability, and people can get in touch with relevant researcher team from Enea, because also we are covering all over Italy, so there are several plants all over the country. This is an example where in a bottom-up approach from the external, stakeholders can search for their interest and try to get in contact with us. The third example is very recent. It's part of my PhD. I got a few weeks ago with Federalimentare, which is the most important and largest national food industry federation in Italy. And my PhD was about the topic was in how to move to innovation brokerage services from the industry to research regarding driving sustainability in the agri-food companies. So it's nice, I think, also to have this perspective, because it's a scheme, a methodology which was in a certain sense tested also with the larger representing bodies of food industry in Italy. So it's important because the methodology followed tried to address the three pillars of sustainability, to decline the effect of sustainability in short-term, medium, and longer term, to assess whether it's covering technological, product, or organizational levels, if it was assessing the likely policy impacts, if the innovation were associated with the key potential drivers, if they were pre-promoted by EU funding schemes like Horizon Europe, the NRPP funds, RDF, and so on, if this innovation were substantiated by pilot cases and were supported also by a preliminary active engagement, for example, co-creation, scoping groups of companies and stakeholders. In practice, I moved from 4 examples, so starting from policy. I selected 4 main policies: the European Directive for Empowering Consumer Green Transition and the proposal for the Directive of Green Claims, Circular Economy Action Plan, PAC, the review of the EU Waste Framework Directive, and other booklet of European policies for the KAP, food security, and biodiversity. Each of these legislative act was associated to key drivers for the sustainability. Then for each topic there was an effective test pilot case via the support of European or national projects. So this permitted to have to move from the policy impact on the company's behavior, to assess the main drivers, to test the solution, and also to get the feedback from the stakeholders. So the main conclusion and lesson learned, you know very well that in some cases the portfolio of catalog of innovation are in most of the cases are relying on distinctive factors like TRLs, the economic feasibility, the time to market.
Sorry, Maurizio, can we 2 minutes, please? Yeah.
Okay, to move from this prerequisite, but there are also some gaps in this already existing innovation brokerage catalogs, like a lack of proof review of the content inserted, or any missing relation with the ongoing evolution of impact from the legislation, or any missing links with prior testing of piloting solution, or interaction with the stakeholders. So this work could demonstrate that any innovation brokerage catalogs must comply with the new elements we collected during the PhD, and in this way, this catalog could be updated time by time, also according to the new legislative measures. For example, the new legislation, if we for example, the new soil monitoring law, the novel food for the biotechnology, the wastewater use in agriculture. So in this way, there is the possibility to update and adapt the portfolio of solution for the behavior of our main stakeholders. And then just to conclude with another example, you know the role of the public-private partnership, and for the EU agri-food sector, we are also proposing to European Commission this new partnership titled Food for All, where a lot of European, not only Italian, largest institute and private stakeholders representatives are, let's say, doing their best to get funded this new partnership, which is still, in our opinion, could be a good opportunity for collaboration with between research and private stakeholders. So I am available for any question. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maurizio. Thanks. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Thanks so much. Yusuf, could you share the presentation, please? Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so now basically in the meantime, I've well, first a few notes maybe before we go to the next point. So I really wanted to thank my colleagues Yusuf and Dora, who've been helping me the whole day on the technical side and the organizational side of things. So thanks so much to Yusuf and Dora. I really appreciate your help. Yeah, and then let's move to the next. So in the meantime, I've done a brief analysis on what we've had so far during the 3 sessions. I didn't yet have time to incorporate the presentation from Maurizio, but the other I did. So please, next slide. Quick insight. So during the first session today in the morning, so which was dedicated to facility service managers, so we had like over 30% of the over 60% of the audience was from were facility and service managers, and that's kind of expected. But that's it was good to confirm that we were speaking to the right audience. So next slide, please. Here I collected what I quickly few insights from the first session which I took. So first point I would say is that important how you reach companies through conferences, workshops, or word of mouth. Confidentiality is a key consideration when working with private companies. Communication is especially depending on kind of level. Is it local level? Is it national level? Is it international level? It's kind of crucial to consider, inside when you inside the company, on what level you are communicating. Is it more, technical person, like head of R&D, or is it more leader, like CO. It's also a point which was brought up by Clement in his presentation. I think it's a very important point. And then another point here is that, again, are you collaborating with SMEs or corporates? It's also, I think, one of the points brought up by Clement in his presentation. And again, trust is crucial when you want to build a long-term relationship. Next slide, please. So just to remind you, the second session from today, it was more focused on the users, and we had two presentations from companies, and we had one presentation from Dalila, who had an experience as from research side as a user. And to give you a quick kind of insight in the audience, so here we had like 47% facility service managers, but here during the session, as expected, we had a much larger fraction from user side. So from public institution, you can see 30% roughly, and 10% from private. And that's good that we had quite a few users. So meaning that we were speaking to the right audience. Next slide, please. Again, here few insights I took from session from this session. So that SMEs might require a very different, speed of execution compared to EU projects. So that's an important point to keep in mind. Yeah, for companies, it's beneficial to be connected to EU projects because of networking, funding, and testing opportunities. That's, I guess, the main point which I took from, well, one of the points I took from the presentation from S4 laboratories. And warm contacts are beneficial to get the projects run, but cold connections might work as well. That's a point brought up by Turi. And Dalila mentioned that awareness and dissemination, is a key for the TNA project's popularity, and that we have them run. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the session which we are having now. So in at least in from the time I had I could analyze, we had 50% facility service managers, and here's kind of more mixed, but it's kind of also expected because this session is more dedicated to both audiences, facility service managers and users. Yeah, next slide, please. Few insights which I could, quickly put on the slide. So from the presentation from Clement, I think there were quite a few very practical steps if you want your facility to have more collaborations with the private sector, so that a physical visit is crucial to start up. Start with a small project. I think it's a great tip. SMEs high speed, corporates maybe a bit lower speed. You see probably that quite a few of these points, they resonate very much with the insights from the session number 1 especially, and a bit with session number 2. I found a very useful tip that researchers often have already contacts with private companies, so that you need to involve researchers, and then expertise might be even more important than the platform itself. Next slide, please. Here I had a few insights from the presentation from the second presentation from this session, so that companies are interested in the combination of physical and remote access. It was interesting that in the Atmo project they already developed like a special platform for private companies, and that I think it's a great approach. They allowed like for continuous application during the project, and with the shorter evaluations. Companies were very much interested in the expertise from research infrastructures, and they could receive support for instrument development. And I think it's very interesting that there will be another workshop on valorization and technology on transfer and the next EGU. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I think those were basically the quick insights I gathered so far. But I'm planning, of course, to have a more detailed look at what we've been discussing today. And I think we'll discuss a bit internally how to follow up on this, but I'm thinking of creating like a short summary of what we've discussed today, and maybe like a clear like executive summary if if you are a facility manager, what could be the things you might want to consider if you want to start collaboration with private companies. So I think it would be like a hands-on sort of guide in as a summary. I think it could be useful. But now I think we've had 3 great presentations in this session. So feel free to share your questions if you have with the speakers. I'll just check my email. Yeah, so we had a presentation from Clement, Ariana, and Maurizio. I hope you're still in the session. Maybe Clement, are you still here? Yep. I think I had one question for you.
Yep.
That's okay. So when you have this, this collaboration with private companies, and again, I understood it works. You had it basically not through Horizon Europe type of projects, but more one-on-one basis, right?
Yep.
So meaning that, yeah, as you explained, it was like small contracts, right? So if I kind of understand correctly, is that, yeah, if there are kind of right benefits in place for the private companies, they're not afraid, basically to pay directly, even, and not going through Horizon Europe type of projects.
Yeah, it's gonna depend on the policy of the company. For example, for the startup, like you can see that it's just their philosophy in terms of company. They are very they have a huge appetite to find their own subventions and fundings and to go very quickly through the process and not passing by calling projects. So that was the main thing. And for the second example here, she had already the money from the subvention because of the big company it is. She has budget every year, and what she was asking for was going into that kind of budget. But I'm part of a network of people having that position at CNRS and some echo from that. There is still a lot of companies that try to find subventions and way to find fundings for collaborations, and usually projects around the PhD students is often what they like to do in order to get involved with research infrastructures and having kind of that PhD student making the link between the infrastructure and the policy of the company, the industrial. Yeah, and some call for project also works, but the fact is people that are interaction with industrials, like for example me or others, we are not the best, the most aware about those calls of projects, and so usually it's hard to relay the information where it could be very efficient. So there is kind of for us into the institutes and research infrastructures being aware of all those possibilities and then being able to transfer it to the contacts we have in the industry.
I think that's thanks, Clement. I think that's also a great point. I think during the previous session we were discussing, and Dalila brought up this point, right? What kind of new channels we can explore to get more attention to the TNA calls. So I think that could be an interesting opportunity, right, Dalila? I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And Clement, you mentioned about so that companies might be interested, in this using PhD students as a kind of sort of segue to the research infrastructures. And are these PhD students funded then by companies or not?
So in I don't know about Europe, but in France, you can companies can apply to a type of funding to get PhD student have part into the research infrastructure and have part into the company, let's say. And so that's funding from the government that are they're able to unlock thanks to that type of project and type of PhD. Yeah. So usually they try to get that. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I think it's quite similar to what's happening in the Netherlands. So
it also add another point to the fact that you need to involve researcher, because for example in our facility, since we don't have researcher, we cannot use that lever to have fundings for having research with industrial, because we cannot really follow up PhD students because we're mainly technicians and engineers. Even if we host those type of project, we cannot be driver for those projects. We're not leading them. So again, you need a community of researcher to be able to give you access to that type of tool.
Okay, interesting. I found also, so you mentioned this point about, that researchers already have all this kind of contacts with the companies. So if I kind of understood you correctly, you basically need to kind of sort of trigger the researchers so that, that they actually share this type of information.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not only in environmental sciences that point. It's interesting because the network where I'm in, we started being 20, now we're 80 on the national territory. And actually, the first contract we got into that network for any topics, I think the ratio was something like 80%. Those contacts were already inside our agendas through the researchers and stuff. It's just a question of time. Researchers don't have necessarily the time or the appetite sometimes also to talk with those type of collaborators. So that's where it's nice to have people like us, let's say, that are able to acknowledge it and spend the time that the others cannot spend on those type of scenarios. Yeah.
Thanks. Ariana or Maurizio, I don't know if you want to add anything to this.
No, yes, I totally reflect on what Albert was saying, because when I worked 20 years in the private sector dealing with companies. So when we were in this position, we tried to explore to incentivize their participation to the European funding schemes, especially because of the larger flexibility and the financial mechanism so good. The financial flow is so good with respect to the national programs, where rules, mechanisms are so slow and not sure. So we found this very successful to lead, especially smaller companies, to make this exercise, because at the end they saw that their activities were co-funded with a good co-funding rate into the projects. When I moved 2 years ago in the research part, in the opposite part, we found successful to create this B2B matchmaking activities, so in presence, virtually, during the events, during fairs, to try to let researcher teams to come with something useful. So this is also my PhD philosophy. Useful means really adhering also to the policy impacts evolution, not only on what is happening in the lab itself, and try to explore the potential interest from companies, also larger companies that usually have their research team. Sometimes with larger company, like the biggest one, you can see to Bolton, Barilla, Ferrero, for example, even if they have their own projects, their own secret, let's say, confidential strategies, when they come also to this matchmaking, there are some activities, some areas that they are not really aware about the exact evolution point of, for example, fermentation. The solid fermentation. So they are keen, they are following these topics, but probably in the matchmaking they get some newest information, and sometimes they invite researchers to provide some expertise there. With the smaller companies, it's much more easy, because they started from poor plans, poor activities from the scratch, so they can be guided through the analytical phase in the laboratory, establishing private contracts, commitments with them, step per step. So not bigger work, but micro projects that finally could lead them to a larger output. So there are several strategies according to the different panorama, but the matchmaking, I insist on that. It's at the end, it's a successful strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mauricio. I don't know, Ariana, if you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, very shortly. It was just to add up on what was said, and as Clément mentioned, yes, the access to expertise is really something that is important in our research infrastructure community, and what we saw as well is the issue with the transnational access is the trans because it's not always easy for a company to go abroad and to dedicate time and to travel to station abroad. So this was one of the points that we identify as a barrier also for the private sector users to access through this infra service project using the TNA tool. So when I showed the number of companies involved in the project, it's really companies implanted in another country than the facility. But of course, Actris has more, and ICOS have more relationship and co-designed project with industry, but at national level.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. Thanks. Yeah, unless there are any other questions in the audience, we'll go to the next slide, please, Yusuf. Yep. So basically here I brought a few, it's dedicated more towards facility and service managers. And I don't know how many we have left in the audience. But basically there are like a few statements we can, we can have a discussion about. So one of the statements is, first statement is, well, collaborating with private companies is beneficial to my RI because, and I think we've heard quite a few examples, but I just wanted to bring these statements, and if it resonates, so please feel free to speak up. So I think I'll just read them all, and if something resonates, just feel free to speak up. So collaborating with private companies can close up to so much % of my RI budget. Collaborating with private companies is actually not beneficial to my RI because, and I find this mechanism that works great for my RI to attract users. Well, users in terms of TNA projects. So yeah, it's a bit. So if something resonates, let's have a discussion. Yeah, I don't see any raised hands, so I think we'll just proceed to the next slide, please. It's but maybe before the next. Okay, so I think I'll conclude this workshop, but basically, I think those were all the presentations we've planned for today. And well, thanks to all the speakers and all the attendees for making time for this workshop. And it's been quite a long day, so I appreciate you staying for it and sharing your presentations. It's been very interesting. Well, personally for me, and I hope it also for others. And as I mentioned, we'll think how we can process most efficiently the insights we've collected and share it with the community. But I think we've collected quite a lot of great insights. I'll approach individually every speaker to ask if they're open to share their presentations with the community, and if so, we will share the presentations with you via email. We will have, according to the Microbes-4-Climate project, we'll have a similar workshop in probably 1.5-2 years time. We'll see whether we will organize it in online or in person, but it's stay tuned for that. And if you have any ideas or thanks. If you have any ideas or questions after the presentation, after the workshop, feel free to email me or contact me, whatever. I've seen the question about the certificate. I think that's something what we haven't discussed yet, but we'll discuss it internally, and I'll get back on this. Thanks for the question. I think that's it from me. Again, thanks to Yusuf and Dora for help, for all the technical and organizational support for the meeting. I think it went. We didn't have any technical. From a technical perspective and from all perspectives, I think it went smoothly. So I'm very happy about it. And Yusuf, I'll just take a chance, and Yusuf, if you could go to the last slide. So I'll just share this from ANAI. We are organizing a Tech Up webinar this week on Friday. It's about mobile labs. So if you are interested in mobile labs, we will have a presentation from a University of Marseille about their experience with mobile labs, in particular for the studies of volatile organic compounds and particles. So feel free to scan the code, and it links to a LinkedIn event. I think that's it for today. Again, thanks so much for being here, for your participation, presentation, and I'm looking forward